Yo, today I'm happy. I'm happy because we are mapping. We are mapping and finalizing the test for, how do you call it? Gauntlet. Yep. What? What? What the fuck is my map device?
I cannot do this yet.
Oh, return to Kirak.
Now that you've had a glimpse, the job never ends. Godslayer.
My mana is gone. is gone. I cannot do this yet.
Exile?
This way, exile. This, go and gather. Village exile, quickly!
My mana is gone. I cannot do this yet.
I need more damage, I guess.
I cannot carry this. I cannot do this yet.
Salah.
Um, yeah, damage is low.
Blessings.
My mana is gone. I cannot do this yet.
Spider, you are well prepared for the end. This is a fight.
cool winds.
There are no more worthy beasts nearby. So, Einar will go before.
My mana is gone. I cannot do this yet.
Oh.
See this graze him. Well done. Now be a good assistant and find a place to deploy a tower. Exile. Wait. The blight is reacting. Light is trying to spread.
My mana is gone. I cannot do this yet. I cannot carry this.
Success. Farewell.
Wait, is this what the axe the best one? I think it is, but I'm not sure. Weapon. Axe. And then... yeah, it is.
Blessings.
Oh wow. That could be an upgrade. It's unfortunate I don't have a regal, but
I cannot do this yet.
okay.
Salah.
Do I even need a hand of rush? Probably not.
Hail, Godslayer.
Blood and sand, oh, flesh and stone. I guess. Yeah. This is better. So gives me all my... Oh, please.
Exile? Be careful.
I cannot do this yet.
Um...
I cannot carry this. My monarch is gone.
Salah. Celerim.
Oh, I need to change my flask. I can't even have evasion. I'm not even paying attention, like... I just realized that.
Salah.
I cannot do this yet. My monarch is gone.
Oh my god, what? No. Fuck, man. I wasn't paying attention. Am I in stand down or? Oh, I'm in solo self found just. Oh, but I don't have my fucking chest. I have to migrate shit. I guess. Wait, what killed me? I need to go back. I actually haven't seen what killed me. Let me make a self-found character.
You swore sinew and soul to serve God and the
Just to
order.
migrate my shit so I can still like progress and test stuff now. Oh, it migrates everything to. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to die with my shit. Okay, whatever. Fuck. I wasn't looking.
Yes? Remember, we do this for freedom.
What's the order? Okay. Yeah. Fuck. Can I see my vote right now? Um. Yeah. Yes. I would have to stop, I guess. Oh no, I can watch it. Oh, it's a bleed. Yeah, I don't have an anti-bleed flask. Yeah, I guess I die to bleed. Ah. It's sad, because if you go here and your helm has more armor than evasion, you can get immunity to bleeding. But I'm not that low because I don't have enough XP. Yeah. Not paying attention to the game. Always what kills you.
I cannot.
All right. Farewell.
It's what kills you. Anyways. I think I'm Gucci for what I want to test. I don't think I need to run more stuff. Like, I died, but I was gonna farm, like, I was just gonna farm levels and, you know, grab spell suppression, grab some life, eventually transition to stuff and stuff, so it's like, it's pretty, like, straightforward. I still need to get used to the king buffs, like exerted and shit. Like, kind of annoying that your Warcries don't like. Yeah, you need to have like just one exert. Also need to have Warcries cannot exert movement skill. And yeah, go down here, grab that, get the life, and maybe get the no bleed. Maybe get 1 point for life and mana flask gain. So I have Defiance Banner, Blood and Sand, Flesh and Stone. So that's 45, basically. So I could run Grace, but then I would have to rely on the Soul of the Brine King, which is that's sketchy. Probably also need some area. I feel like the skill doesn't have a lot of area.
I cannot do this yet.
For overlaps and shit. Like the area seems weak. So I have a bunch of stuff I can fix on the bin, which is nice. Like I won't have to fix them in Gauntlet. I already know like what's good and what not. Kinda sad that I die. But yeah. I'm gonna make like notes on what I should fix. I have a bunch of notes and maybe rewatch some of the VODs. I guess I could watch the Zizaran thing now, the interview.
Greetings.
The damage is low though. Like, I don't know. I think Ruthless is better than Added Fire, I guess.
Godslayer.
Yeah. So probably my my in-game stuff is like pulverize Menephi's ally with attacks, Fire Pen, and then Ruthless. What I'm liking right now in terms of setup is a 4-link with Akanis Brand, Wave of Conviction, Flame Ability, and how is it called? Combustion. That's basically what I need. But yeah, dying to bleed sucks. Yeah, I think I want to rush my mana reservation and um get some many fees and many fees. I want to rush mana reservation, get grace and determination in with just blood and sand, I guess. I mean, pulverize has good increase area. And fucking Fist of War has like a more multiplayer, I think. Where is it? It's there. Yeah, no, it's an increased area too. And Blooded Sand is the more area in Sand for, and a less area in Blood for, but more damage. So yeah, get that in, get the clarity with Arrogance. I probably even want Alira for the mana regen. Like, I think I go Alira because it's 2 points. 2 points. I'm probably gonna have 2 points in Elias and Diamond Skin, and I'll still have it. Like, I'll still take it. It's still 2 good points. Like, no matter what. So if I have 2 less points right now, because I have Alira, I would probably not have like the life and armor and I don't know, maybe some other points. Maybe the jewel. Skip the jewel until you get something good. This one is okay, but it's not like... Probably don't go there. Just get Sentinel, I guess. Again for like the res and armor evasion and shit. I don't know. But yeah, that's gonna be it for PoE. I'm gonna switch to like reacting, I guess. I mean, it's still PoE related, but where is it? The Zizan interview. Let me see. Up. People brave. Uh, you guys don't have the sound. Because I'm retarded.
To ask, is everything going to be tied to maps in the
Okay,
same way every... Hi, this is Rainy here with
let's
an
redo the
interview with
intro.
Path of Exile 2 developers Jonathan and Frishi, and I'm honored by them joining me here today, and we're going to ask a lot of questions, and I figured we could start with you introducing yourself and what you do specifically at Grinding Gear Games.
Yeah, so my name's Jonathan Rogers, and I'm the game director on Path of Exile 2, which is certainly keeping me busy at the moment.
My name is Rishi, and I'm a game designer on Path of Exile 2, mostly working on items and anything in that nature, which also keeps me very busy.
But you're doing some PoE 1 stuff as well.
Yeah,
When it comes to item stuff, you kind of, help out there as well, for sure.
And then
Right.
there's Ascendancies in PoE 2, and
Yeah,
a lot of stuff. Yeah,
It's a lot of stuff to do, yeah. So I want to start by saying I actually really liked what you said in one of the previous interviews about a lot of people try to ask questions on behalf of other people and creating artificial problems that way. So I'm mostly asking questions that I specifically care about myself because I feel like I'll be able to ask better follow-ups. So there are some duplicated questions that I feel weren't followed up. So just wanted to say about that. But yeah, thank you so much for taking time to be here.
No problem.
And I figured we could start with sort of a re-follow-up. And I wanted to ask, is everything going to be tied to maps in the same way everything is in PoE 1? Or will there be more standalone endgame? Because you did talk about how you really like Delve and stuff. What I'm asking about specifically is there a chance that we'll get a completely standalone endgame? So think about Delve with no reliance on maps, or Heist that is completely self-sufficient, so that during an entire league, you could go, I don't want to do the mapping system at all this league.
It would be possible, but what I will say is that it's very important that anytime you can effectively choose the difficulty of content, you have to have some kind of tie to economic value in order to make it so that you can't do content that's too hard for you. So the reason why the map system is like the way it is effectively to ensure that, right? Because in order to earn access to higher maps, you have to do lower maps and so on and work your way up the chain. So any in-game system that you want to have that's independent of that would have to effectively do the same thing. And so that's kind of important. So like we do have some stuff. It's very hard to have stuff that's not economically tied to the map system in some way. Like in the case of Delve, you've got like sulfite, which you sort of need to be able to get somehow. In order for Delve to be completely untethered, you have to be able to get sulfite in the mine. And I guess the fear we would have around that is basically that it would become boring, that you wouldn't like, that wouldn't actually be enjoyable in some way. So I guess we'd just have to feel confidence that it would be okay to be able to just do that forever in order for that to be okay.
So I guess my follow up there and like how I would solve that is actually a further question I have. But I feel like loot right now is very like homogenized in Path of Exile. I think it started somewhere around Legion where we started getting a lot of other League mechanics as rewards as part of Legion, right? Like you would start getting catalysts and other things like that. So I personally think that if any mechanic that was like that was the only place to get it, then you already have a reason to keep farming it there. And I guess my follow-up there is that something we're going to see in PoE 2? Like things being very specific, the only place to get things? That's something I really enjoyed with Heist, that like Grand Heist was the only place to get replicas.
Yeah, we definitely feel like having rewards tied to a mechanic and only that mechanic is definitely a good thing, and we will definitely try to be doing that going forward. I think in PoE 2 for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, I think even in PoE 1, we're kind of trying to walk back a bit some of the like other ways to get content. Like we've been kind of moving more in that direction. There was definitely a period there where there was like way too much like use of other leagues rewards, I would say. And yeah, I completely agree that like for like in order to make it so that like it's really good for diversity of endgame to have it so that each is got rewards separately.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. No, I totally agree with that. That's something I was really hoping to see with like less homogenization of loot.
For sure,
awesome.
for sure.
So you have talked about this a little bit, but a lot of the marketing so far feels to me personally is like very focused on the new crowd. It almost feels like you haven't really been targeting existing Path of Exile players. We're obviously not seeing a lot of endgame yet. Maybe that's because it's not ready. But yeah, we're not seeing a large amount of like endgame stuff. And also, I remember in a previous interview when showing off cosmetics and stuff, I know you guys focus on like making it very like readable and like easy to see what's happening. Do you think there will be any more targeting things for existing Path of Exile players that are getting increasingly worried that PoE 2 isn't for them? For example, specifically showing off endgame, more really cool and complex interactions, like even the druid slamming the ground, volcano stuff activating, that's super cool to me.
Right.
More things like that.
I mean, I think that it's sort of interesting because when we're making marketing, we have to make sure that we're not going to just completely alienate a bunch of people who've never heard the game before. So we have to be really careful to avoid that. And I think that's why we kind of make sure that everything tries to be a bit more understandable for new players. So yeah, like I guess the assumption is that like as far as like getting really deep into the weeds, we can do that kind of thing in this kind of context more, and then our existing players will be able to kind of appreciate that. But when it comes to like releasing big trailers and things like that, it really needs to be kind of like, okay, let's make sure that people don't think that. I mean, you know, we've already got a reputation of the whole like Path of Excel kind of thing going on, so we just have to be a little bit careful that we don't completely alienate people before they've even had a chance to try the game. And I guess the other assumption is that a bunch of Path of Exile 1 players are likely to want to try Path of Exile 2 out and find out the fact that all the depth is still there. You know, they're likely to just to try it out anyway, if you know what I mean, and find that out. So yeah, I mean, effectively, it just means that a lot of the time, yes, we have to make sure that the marketing is more new player friendly.
I get that. Do you think you would be open to, for example, doing a live stream with a streamer where you're playing Path of Exile and showing something akin to like, here, this is like a pretty good pace, this is like blasting?
Yeah, absolutely, we should be doing that, but I think that we don't want to be doing that until we get a bit closer to beta release. And I mean, as we get there, I'm sure there will be a lot more stuff like, I mean, because there's going to be various events and other things like that that we'll get to as we get closer to the beta launch. And you know, don't worry, I'm sure you will get your chance to try the game again.
Okay, it's very cool.
At some point, it's at some point. But yeah, it's really a little bit premature to be showing endgame right now, I think, because there's still quite a lot more to do. I've sort of said before that we don't have like full progression testing that we can do quite yet, and that's becoming actually really soon to the point we can do that. that. And at that point, we'll know what we need to do in terms of when getting to end game, getting like tuning the feel to make sure that you feel like you've got that power progression all the way through the game, and then where you kind of end up actually feels good as well. So that's still something that we need to sort of nail down, I would say.
Cool. A problem for me right now is, especially with beasts and essences, I'll sometimes be fighting an essence or a beast that is like a real fight, and not necessarily tied to its reward either. Like it's not necessarily super worth it to fight it. Where I'll maybe be fighting it for a minute or two, and then I run up to the map boss and I snap it out of existence. How do you approach making that different and balancing that in PoE 2?
Well, so the bosses are going to be a lot more involved in PoE 2, right? Like a PoE 1 map boss is like, for example, there's Hailrake as a map boss, and if that lasted minutes, it's just going to be boring, isn't it? So, I mean, a lot of the bosses in PoE 2 are going to have many different mechanics that you have to fight through and everything, and that on its own is going to be quite a bit different. But I believe there's also some changes in
Mark,
PoE 1.
There is some issues basically in PoE 1 where because of the way that multiple mechanics can stack multiplicatively, you can get into a situation where there really is too much life, effective HP on monsters, due to that. And I think that Mark has some kind of system that they're slowly introducing in PoE 1 where there'll be some way to effectively demultiplicativize that. I don't know what the word is, but make it more additive so that it actually scales more reasonably. And I think that will mean that you sort of don't get as many of those sort of situations where something's just unfairly and ridiculously tough.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I wouldn't want to say that it will never be the case that a rare could potentially become harder than a map boss, because I think that it's cool when you do have a interesting combination of mods that just leads to a situation where something is interestingly difficult. But what we don't want is just like this thing is just impenetrably tough to the point where you just can't even you're just scratching it. I think that's definitely bad, and I know this is something that we want to get fixed in PoE 1 as well. So hopefully PoE 2 also benefits from that. But just the fact that all of the bosses in the end game will be actually good bosses will mean that it's okay to balance them harder, which will mean that relatively speaking they'll tend to be much tougher than what the rares will be.
Awesome.
And it's also a rarity thing, right? Of how often a rare is going to
Sure.
have the
I mean, there's
mods.
stuff around that as well, of course. Yeah.
So from what I'm hearing, right, all or the majority of the map bosses are going to be like more substantial fights. But a follow-up question I have there is it can feel really good to like maybe have a specific build that is maybe very bad at bosses, right? I think back in PoE 1 we had Valsparkers that couldn't do bosses at all. Do you see that being an approach players can do where I can make like a map specific build and it still be worth it to just like blast through the map but maybe completely ignore the boss? Or is it going to be expected that you're killing the map and the boss, and that is the expected gameplay loop?
It's a very interesting question that I guess I haven't directly considered until this moment. So let me think about that. So,
well, there's a fraction of the reward that comes from the boss versus the map and versus league content. So I guess in theory, if you could do the rest of it fast enough that you could give up the reward from the map boss, it would be okay?
The intention is 1/3 from the map boss of reward, roughly. So that basically means that if you can do the 2/3 more efficiently such that you can overwhelm the 1/3 that comes from the map boss, then that could still be plus EV for you. But I'm just thinking, like, do we actually want to incentivize that behavior or not? It's an interesting question.
I have a direct follow-up too that might make you think about it differently as well. And it was initially supposed to be about core bosses specifically, things like Eater of Worlds and stuff. But is there going to be like very distinct different loot between the map boss, like something that's only accessible there, versus the rest of the map?
Yeah, I mean, we generally do that, right? Like, generally speaking, the map boss does have specific loot, right? Like, it's not the whole map, is my understanding.
Well, the map boss is well, if you're just talking about regular.
Oh, sure. If you're talking about regular map, well, regular
map,
generally not so much, right? But it's more that's more of a thing when you've got like specific important
like a specific
bosses.
boss will certainly have it,
But that being said, I actually do like having like even more specific content in certain cases. The thing we just got to be careful of is we have to make sure that our systems don't encourage just running the same thing again and again and again for absolutely forever. Like, it's nice to be able to target farm something for a while, but you just have to be careful that it's not like the economically best decision is everyone runs this one map and then that's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's tricky.
That's why I'm such a big fan of like more target farming in specific things, so that there's like you have so many options of things to track down. And I wanted to ask you about how do you feel about loot tables and target farming, and in all my time playing Path of Exile now, Path of Exile 1, I have only been able to discern one single item that drops anywhere, but also has like a higher chance from something. It's Remi's Concoction from Aziri or from Aziri's Trial. That's the only thing I've been able to discern in 25,000 hours. Is there going to be more things like that that are like similar to Diablo 2, right? Where Nightmare and Dariel is a higher drop chance of Stone of Jordan. Are you approaching that in any way? Like loot tables and target farming of things that
Well, the
do
funny
farm
thing about that,
globally?
the funny thing about that is div cards kind of are
Mhm.
that in a way, because div cards ultimately are a way to target farm a certain thing. So I guess like, I mean, we haven't discussed whether or not exactly how div cards will come back and so on, but like if they like, I mean, but effectively like div cards do serve the purpose of allowing you to target farm for a certain item with higher chance at a certain area.
Yes, but there's a big difference there in that div cards usually drop in one zone. I'm talking about things that maybe drop globally, but something has a higher chance of dropping it.
Right.
Well, but the unique that the div card gives drops globally is, I think, what.
Yeah, that's what I
Right.
mean. So like if the unique the div card gives is drops
Sure.
globally, then the div card effectively serves as like a way to
Sure.
target farm that thing over, even though, you know, so I guess I would say that those systems kind of seem a little bit similar to me. As for whether or not the actual map boss itself would drop like more as opposed to the map, I guess we could consider doing that for something like a div card. Like it's a potential way to kind of make it so that you've got that like that situation like that. But I mean, my understanding is that you had some issues with div cards in PoE1 as they are right now. So I'm curious to talk about that if you want to talk more about it.
Yeah, that's my next follow up. So, because I was watching the Crypt talk about this, and yeah, I personally feel like divination cards, especially for boss drops and stuff, super devalue what they drop. Especially with something like the Void or when they can come from Diviners. I'm not inherently against a Divination card for a boss drop as a pity drop from either another really challenging boss or the boss itself. But yeah, I wanted to know, how do you want to approach Divination card and strictness to keep boss drops exciting?
Yeah. So we were actually just talking about this. So yeah, do you want to?
Yeah. So I definitely agree with you in that it always makes me sad when a boss drop comes from a div card before a boss is even killed.
Yeah.
You know, and we were talking about how it might just be better. Like, look, we don't actually know how div cards are going to come into PoE2, but if they did, they would only be limited to world drop items and not boss specific items. Because I mean, in theory, we could have the boss drop a div card for the boss's loot itself, but that sort of defeats the purpose a little bit.
Exactly. So yeah, like basically, I think we were saying how if we were doing it, we probably would prefer that we excluded things that were in boss specific loot. But I know there's even other things like, so the other one that kind of also causes this is the reliquary. And like Mark was saying that he feels a bit sad about the fact that, you know, like you've got foil things of a thing dropping before you've actually got the ability for the players to get the non-foil one.
Yeah,
seems a bit backwards. So there's like a bit of an issue there, I think, as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something we definitely need to bear in mind, I would say.
Yeah.
And we did sort of discuss a few things about ways to. Yeah, but I don't know if I've got a specific solution I'm quite happy with yet, but that is definitely a concern. But at the same time, like I know that players really do enjoy the process of being able to create things like div cards, so it's something that I do want to try and have something like. I do like things like that being in the game, so you know, it's just a matter of making sure that we're controlling them right.
Yeah. And like obviously, well, my thought was you could have like boss pity drops that just can't drop from generic location div cards or the Void, right? That the boss itself is the only place to get the pity. But a follow-up I have is all divination cards right now are made by supporters, right? As a company, you haven't made a single one. Is that something you're thinking about changing, or do you think that will be a supporter pack?
I would say that I do like the fact that the players can know like that a certain piece of content is like player designed rather than company designed. Like I kind of like that separation. So I think that I would want to maintain that sanctity if we're doing that. But yeah, it's as I said, we have to sort of work out what our rules are going to be for stuff like this. I mean, one question people have is like, are you going to do the whole design a unique thing again in PoE2? And this is a tricky question because like it is like. Rishi's normally the one who has to actually to actually do it. So you can say what your experience is like with regard to that stuff.
It's generally so, and I'm not trying to sound hypocritical here because I actually started as a supporter that designed a unique as well, but it's actually really hard to make them, and the time it takes to make a supporter unique compared to a unique that we just make in-house is massively different. So if we were to do it, it would be. I don't even know like how much it would cost, like the company time and
Well,
all of that.
I
You
think
know,
part of it is just like there is an awesome community feel you get at the like like I just remember the early days of PoE1 with supporters doing that stuff. It just felt
Yeah.
really cool, and so it feels sad if we weren't able to do something like that in PoE2. Like that's why I'm kind of keen, even though it is kind of painful in a lot of ways. I think it still might be worth it just because like it's like there's just an awesome sense you get out of that. I think the main problem with it actually is not so much the process of designing it with the community, but more the afterwards when like some other thing like some new item will come out that's like better than the one the supporter designed for some purpose, and they're like, oh, you have to buff my thing, and like effectively they've got a sense of ownership over the item after it actually goes in the game, and that's kind of like that's actually probably the worst part about it. But yeah.
Because one of my questions was if you felt that you're too big to do that now.
I don't want that to be the answer. Like I don't want to have to.
So,
I certainly don't want that to have to be how we say that.
I don't think we wouldn't do it just because we're too big. It would be for other reasons if we didn't do it.
Yeah. So obviously there's two solutions I thought of. One is increasing the price, right? That will like limit the money. But you could also have a raffle that people sign up to like I'm willing to pay whatever the $500 or the $1,000, and then per league like 3 people are picked and they're like the lucky ones. That would be interesting as well.
We could potentially do something like that, but I don't know.
We've also done it as like like a contest, right? The winner of a race gets to do it. That was the most recent time I think that we've done this. So I mean,
I actually think that there can be when you've got too few people doing it, can actually be an issue as well, because then there's this weird community pressure thing of like a unique will come out and then the community like, oh, you wasted your thing on this and this kind of stuff. So there's a little there's like some annoying things around that.
Oh, that happens with the current supporter uniques as well, right? Like when someone designs a unique, they expect it to be at a certain power level, and when people decide that it's not, they sometimes don't feel like like they don't feel happy about the result at the end of it because maybe they didn't make it an item that was strong enough or whatever. So there are definitely a lot of issues too.
It's very cool that you're talking about that though. Are there any supporter related thing like the Valdos or the div cards or previously created unique like Voltaxi? Is there any of that is going to be transferring to PoE2?
Just some uniques is my understanding.
Yeah, so those things won't directly come into PoE2 like that. But for uniques, like so generally speaking, like we want what we would call iconic uniques from PoE1 to be in PoE2, like in some form, like even if like there are changes or whatever, like anything that's kind of iconic, you want to be there in PoE2. And so effectively, like if a supporter unique happens to be iconic, then it'll come in, but not like it's a different unique now because like it made the stats will be changed, whatever. It's not the supporter's unique in the same way as it was before. But because it has become iconic, it can now be a unique that would be in PoE2.
Like even if the stats are different, like ideally it'll still be recognizable of the item that it once was, and that sort of thing. So like a PoE1 player will look at it and be like, oh yeah, I
remember that.
I know what that item is.
So Voltaxic and Cloak of Defiance are very likely in PoE2 then.
I would say.
I would probably say so. Yeah.
Awesome. I've tried to have like a mix of questions, not so much like staying on one topic necessarily. But one I'm very curious about personally is cosmetics in PoE1 right now are very often tied to one specific piece of armor. Like right now we have flying, but that's only on the chest.
Right.
Would there be a possibility in PoE2 to have it that's just like, okay, your character can fly without it necessarily be tied to that exact effect?
So we discussed this a little bit. Here's the thing, like, if we divorce the cosmetic completely from the function, I feel like you're going to end up with a situation where you end up kind of like with the cosmetics we were making back before, where there's like just a lot of like, I don't think it's as interesting. I do understand why players certainly want in some cases for those effects to be available on different slots and things like that. But I think that I don't know, like thematically as far as design goes, it's just so much better to design an item where you're thinking, I mean,
at least
the game design. I'm not doing a very good job explaining this, but it puts the game design kind of back in the cosmetic design process, which I think is something that makes them a lot cooler, a lot like better for our designers to work on.
20 minutes of nothing, basically.
So it's kind of like I think there are maybe some cases where we haven't tied the function enough to the actual armor or piece, and that's the cases I think where players are asking for. Oh, I wish that this could be separate.
Yeah, like flying specifically would be very cool to mix and match with different sets.
Right. But I think in those cases, maybe we should be considering doing. And I do think the MTX system needs to change somewhat. In fact, there are changes in the works, and the funny thing about that is that because the MTX system is shared between PoE 1 and 2, that means that any change we make to that has to be in PoE 1 as well, because they'll be the same.
Yeah.
And so I think that we do want to have like I think the slot-based system is kind of holding us back a little bit at the moment, and so I think that we need to change up how that works exactly. Like we still need to have slots with regard to like reskinning particular elements of your body, but I do think there's a lot of cases where you want to be able to equip something not in a slot, so that you can have just like a list of just like here's as many things. And I think we even added a thing for that technically. I think we even did a thing for a couple of microtransactions recently for that in PoE 1. Although
yes,
I think we might have done, but I feel like I definitely think that more stuff needs to kind of work like that, and we might end up going back and changing a few things to make them a little bit easier to equip in that way. But it's at the same time though, I wouldn't want to say that we want to get away from the idea that mechanic and an item should be divorced.
Okay.
I think they should be unified because it's at least a better design.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next question is about Detonate Dead. It's a very hot topic.
Mm-hmm.
And you've talked about how it's very important to improve the visual clarity, make it very easy to see. But I feel like in a game like Path of Exile, there will always be moments where it's like it is under something, whether it's your filter, whether it's like a lot of effects and stuff. Like there will be like a perfect storm where it just is under something. Is there a really important need for it to be tied to corpse health when it's a monster ability?
Well,
That's the point of the ability, though.
So, okay, I'm not sure how I feel about the monster side of things, but I do feel strongly that the player skill needs to be tied to corpse life, because
I agree with that.
There should be a difference when you detonate the corpse of a rare monster versus a magic monster. And then the question is, well, why would it be any different when it comes to a monster, right? Now, and I feel the real problem is that there is a lack of telegraphing, right, on the monster side, really. Like,
the telegraphing change we want to make really should make it so that you can see
Yes.
it. Like, I don't think it will be impossible to see once we've done the telegraphing change that we want to make.
Yeah, like basically, is it okay for a monster to detonate like another rare monster's corpse, and it takes 5 seconds or some large number of time, before it detonates, but it will kill you if you stand there? I think that should be okay as long as you can see the telegraph clearly enough.
So
the question is basically, can we make the telegraph clear enough?
Yeah.
Right?
I guess, but do you think it's good that there are, because Detonate Dead can become untankable, right? Like borderline untankable. Do you think that's a good thing, that like, you possibly cannot tank this hit?
Of course, they want you to die.
I think that it is okay to have some mechanics like that. I mean,
Heck
it's not like
yeah.
I'm saying you want to have something like that every day.
Okay.
But the ability for something like that to be able to happen, I think, is fine. Like, it's not like, I don't think we should have a policy of like there are no one hits or something, like no one shots at all in the game ever. I don't think that's a good idea, because I think it handcuffs you a little bit too much. So that's that. I guess that's sort of how I would feel about that. Is you just want sometimes that, and it makes for interesting stories and sort of stuff like that to happen, right? Like if it's unfair, that's a problem, right? That is a problem. But if it's just like, if you were warned, you screwed up, you should have known better than that, and it's on you, then I think it is okay for that to happen sometimes.
You still know She-Cops exploded the corpse of the boss.
I know,
right?
I know. It is great, but I'm also a big fan of being able to like, pre-prepare. I think that's a very important approach to hardcore.
Right. Oh,
to
for
like
sure.
math out and think like I am now immortal if I play in a certain way, and yeah.
Right.
But yeah, that's fair.
Should complete immortalness be possible? Well, I mean, I guess you want the occasional thing, right, to make it possible for you to die.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's a good answer. Pretty much direct follow-up. Can you talk a little bit about how you're going to approach making monsters dangerous in PoE 2? Because the game pace is going to be very different. And if I recall, a previous answer was that you felt it was dangerous or hard to make monsters dangerous when players are one-shotting the screen without on-death effects. So is the approach to that going to be different in PoE 2?
As far as making monsters dangerous go, like, I think that the one interesting thing about that is that the mechanics of the average monster in PoE 1 are probably generally less complicated than they are in PoE 2.
Oh yeah, there are some monsters that have more mechanics than some bosses, right?
And from PoE 1,
Yeah.
sure, yeah. And so like that means that in your general mapping, there will be more complexity around like some of the stuff that can happen. in terms of like the difficulty, I mean, so like, I think like maybe part of what we're talking about before, with the thing you're referencing, was to do with like basically how fast can a monster kill you and that kind of stuff. Like like you know, can you get one shot and this kind of thing.
Well, also just like what type of mechanics can we expect to see? Like I really like volatiles, barriers, the mana ring, and things like that.
Okay, so you're talking about rare mods specifically.
Sure.
Oh, I mean, sure. I mean, like that. I mean, that stuff. We actually need to do like a whole refresh of more mods for PoE2 around the stuff. There needs to be a lot of design stuff like that. I wouldn't say we need on death effects to make. I wouldn't agree with the idea that we need on death effects to make things hard. Like it's a thing that can make something hard, but I don't think that it's like required. But yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of like, you know, designing more rare mods and, you know, and things like that. I mean, it's an area that we can do. It's sort of hard to be a bit more specific than that without like I wouldn't say there's like one thing that makes it hard, right? Like it's just a matter of like, you know, we add a bunch more mods and make things.
I guess something I'm curious about then is I would love to hear how you feel about on-death effects, and also talk a little bit about any mechanic like that volatile, mana ring, etc., that you like or don't like.
Well, I think I talked a bit about on death before, and basically the idea that on death, what it does is it means that you get something. There's something you have to play around when you're killing monsters in a pack. It's not so much that we want you to just die after you already won. It's a matter of like, okay, so as I'm approaching killing this pack, I just need to be a little bit careful because I know that there's something that's going to happen. So I like take them out one by one, or I'm just a little bit more careful around that stuff. So that's just that's the purpose that mechanic is intended to serve. Yeah, like that's what that's for. But I mean, ideally, it's not like that's the only thing you should be careful about, right? There should be many different things that you're worried about when it comes to when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah. And then was there any that you really liked? Or didn't like?
I don't know that I would single out any one thing in particular. I don't know.
No, not really. I mean, generally, it's just things that make you approach combat differently is what we like, right?
Right.
And that's, I know, not a very specific answer, but that's really what we're trying to go for when it comes to, you see a mod and you're like, oh, I need to approach this fight differently than what I would normally do.
Yeah. And just to make sure, I can't remember exactly. Obviously, there's a lot more pausing and stuff in PoE2. Does that mean that we can expect? This might have been answered. Can we expect to pause when we're talking to a vendor or something like that? Like, say, for example, one of the merchants in the current League Affliction, right? Like being attacked while talking to them. Yeah,
right.
It's very frustrating.
You know, I haven't actually.
I don't think we've actually talked
about that particularly. Something that we could do. I agree. It's kind of lame when you're talking to a world vendor and then monsters are coming up and attacking you.
Yeah, because it's so frustrating right now. I'm in Affliction and I'm like, I kill all the monsters. I look, I wait 5 seconds, and I talk to the vendor. 10 seconds later, there's a monster gnawing at me, and I'm like, bro.
I know.
I think that what my preferred solution to that, and there's no reason we couldn't do this in PoE1, would be to like. I wonder if we can like. No, you got to. Okay, you just got to be really careful of exploitation. But I kind of feel like I'd rather do something like monsters don't aggro on you while you're talking to a NPC or something like that. Just because I like pausing. Like when you pause the world, it is like you do notice it, right? Like stuff stops. Like, you know, like if there's anything happening, like if you talk to an NPC and like fireball stops moving across the screen, like it does seem a bit.
It was very nice, I gotta say, in Ultimatum. I really like that.
I mean, yeah, but that's a little bit different, right? They've got like a different thing going on with that. But I as I said, I prefer thematically in most cases to do some kind of like monsters don't aggro on you while you're talking to a vendor kind of solution, because I think that would be more thematically good. But I do understand that that's an issue, and we should really fix that because it's not very nice when that happens.
Yeah. Awesome. I would love to talk a little bit more about respecking and respec costs. I know you've talked previously about like making it free is not a good option. But have you considered making the early game more accessible? I think that is probably, as somebody that like all of my content specializes on new players, and I almost feel like I'm doing them a disservice if I tell them to play around and experiment. The reason for that is a lot of people then come back like, hey, I'm level 60, my build does no damage. How do I fix it? And to a level 60 player who's new to Path of Exile, the only solution is make a new character, which does make some people quit. So something I was thinking about, like, for example, making regrets count for 5 times the amount at a low level, or free respecs until level 50 or 60, something like that.
Do you have any thoughts?
Well, I don't really enjoy the idea of a mechanic working differently early on and then, it changing at some point. And really, this is going down to understanding what passives are going to do to you, right? Like,
That is a big part of it. But I mean,
Also
just to like,
experimentation.
right,
yeah.
right. I guess it's funny because this one does come up a lot, and a lot of people just propose, "Oh yeah, you should be able to just free respec when you're low level," because it seems like an obvious answer to this kind of problem. But I guess
I don't think that's a good solution. I actually love that
Right,
there's a
Yeah,
cost
yeah.
and that your things have impact.
right.
But it almost feels like permanently punishing the player when they're new and they don't understand.
Well, I
Because
guess there's two things that I guess to break down that particular thing. It's like the main thing there is that they don't understand, right? And like the don't understand part, I guess, is what I'd want to target. Is because like ideally the best goal is to make them understand the impact of their choices. I mean, we talked before about how we want to have it so that you can see when you go to allocate a skill what the exact effect on your character will be as far as like DPS on your skills and stuff like that. And I think that will go a long way. I just, yeah, like I guess I still haven't hit on like a system that I think works really well as far as respecing goes. Like one thing we talked about, for example, that I think is sort of interesting and the kind of thing I'd be willing to do, would be that you can free spec specialization points. Like those are the ones that let you specialize in a specific thing. Like that would be the kind of rule that you could have, which of like is an understandable way to allow you to do things through the whole game. But you do start to run into issues where you'd have to make sure that you can only do it in town because you don't want to be able to respec like in the middle of a boss fight. Like, they throw like a fire attack at you and you just respec in a fire into fire resist, and then you do an ice attack, and then you're like, oh, so I'll respec back. That kind of thing would be not good.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of thing that I'd be more okay with. But like so there has to be like ideally there'd be some kind of consistent rule that allows you to feel like you're not losing the character of your character, whatever that means. While also kind of I don't know, it's a tricky one. Like, I mean, we do get asked this all the time, right? Like, it's one of those things that like it's just a constant issue on people's minds.
A minor thing too is I think we've made at least, like, I guess this isn't completely done, but the passage tree is meant to have more generic nodes at the start, and then they start becoming more specialized as you travel further out.
I mean, that's sort of true in PoE 1.
It is sort of true. But we're trying to make sure that is the case, right?
And that can kind of mean that you don't really have that sort of issue as much. Yeah.
So you've said that it's going to be more indicative on the skill tree how much something is going to do for your build, right? Will you be able to sort of, let's say that instead of left-clicking a node, I right-click a node, and it anticipates that you have that. Will you then be able to see it without having enough points to go there? Because a big problem I see is, let's say that somebody starts...
They don't want that. They don't want you to be able to plan a whole build in the game. They said that before. Like, that's not something they want. They don't want to have like auto building in PoE.
As a marauder, right? And they end up traveling all the way up to Witch instead of down to Duelist, right? Because they didn't know like what kind of nodes to expect there and stuff. If they aren't able to like sort of plan it out a little bit, let's say they have like 10, 20 shadow nodes that they can assign to sort of pre-plan their route in-game a little bit. That would do it.
So you want to be able to see the final result on your character of
all the nodes up to
nodes up to of basically pre.
If I take these 10 nodes,
like,
it is even though I don't have any skill points ready to put.
Right. We actually discussed this a little bit, and I guess I'm a bit undecided as to whether that's good or bad. So I previously said before that I want to avoid too much like path of building stuff in the game client because I feel like it can develop things. But on the other hand, like it does seem harmless what you're talking about, and it wouldn't actually be hard to implement once we've got the ability to. Okay, assuming that we already have the ability to show you what the change on your character is for a single node, right? There's no reason it would be harder to do multiple nodes. Like it's sort of it's easy enough.
Yeah.
So like, I mean, it's the kind of thing I could see us potentially doing, but I guess I'd have to explore like what the full sort of implications of that are. It's the kind of thing we could potentially do.
Cool. Because I do feel. Sorry, go on.
Go on. No, you go on.
I do feel that endgame respecs right now are in a very good place where like I don't feel like it's a problem to respec a level 100 character. It has a very clear cost, but I do have a lot of regrets at that point. So it's just PoE sort of the reverse of a lot of other games there, where a lot of other games I play are awful at the endgame respec, but are very forgiving early because you're expected to experiment more and stuff.
Well, I guess one question with that is that do you feel like if you're a level 100 character and you want to respec into something completely different, do you find that to be easy? Was it easier to reroll
Thank you for the follow, man. I'm good, I'm good. Just watching the Zizaran interview.
New character, or is it easier to
Easier to
respec it?
respec. Easier to
Okay,
respec.
interesting.
Very. I think
Yeah.
the endgame respec in PoE is very easy.
Right. Yeah, but I mean that's probably a little bit too easy at that point, right? Like because it's like you don't want it to be that you can.
What
just...
have I done? Oh no!
Yeah.
No, it's very hard.
No,
It's
no.
very
That's
difficult.
partly just to do- I think that's partly just to do with where the loot is at this point, as far as getting currency is concerned
Yeah.
in PoE 1. Like it's pretty easy. It's not like this. Look, PoE 1 is what it is, right? So,
Okay.
but
I'm
but
so
the
sorry,
thing is
PoE
that-
community.
yeah, but the thing is that like like you want it to be that it's a mission you can go on, but
Yeah.
that it's not necessarily like it's not necessarily easier. It's not supposed to necessarily be easier than re-rolling a character. I mean, look, if you're talking about an actual level 100 character, then sure, yeah, it's going to be easier because level 100 should be a hard thing to get to. Not that it is particularly hard in PoE 1. Well, depending on who you are, I suppose, but not that
Yeah.
it is that hard, I guess, in PoE 1 to get to level 100. But
Yeah, it's
if
just
you're
a
talking
grind.
about like your level, you're like a level sort of 80 character, I would hope that that it would be the case that re-rolling another level 80 would be a bit easier than
Oh, really?
completely 100% respecing the entire character back to 0. But
I'd say it'd be the
you know,
case in PoE too.
yeah.
I would
But I
think,
guess
at
we'll
least.
see. Like it's supposed
Yeah,
to be a
we'll
bit
have
of
to
a
find out,
bit of a mission
suppose.
to go on, right? Is that way you still maintain the story of your character and everything, kind of.
See,
Like
as a player, I do feel a little bit differently of it. I do like that there's a cost, but I do like that it's just that it is a cost. It's a clear cost. How much am I paying,
Mhm.
and then I can weigh
Right,
the
right.
pros and cons. But I don't necessarily want it to be like really difficult.
right. As I said, I mean we'll look into the balance of that for sure.
Mhm.
But at the same time, like. I don't want it to be trivial to be like, oh yeah, just easy, just like like just grab 100 regrets. It's simple as, but I don't know. Like I feel like where were we 5 years ago, right? Like how were things looking then?
Well,
I
Yeah, it has gotten increasingly easier, but I do
Yeah.
think it is something that causes people to play longer because ARPGs notoriously have a big problem with. Obviously, you guys get asked all the time if people can just skip the campaign and stuff because I think on software specifically, it can easily feel like a chore. So I do think a reasonable access to respecing and remaking characters so that people don't have to do the campaign for the ones that want it. I do think there is a lot of value in that.
Right. Understood. I guess what I would say though is that like playing longer isn't necessarily our goal within one league. Like we want you to come back and play every league. We don't necessarily want you to play a single league for like all 3 months, if you know what I mean. So like the argument really like I guess when you look at it from that perspective, it's like we want you to try out something again next league. I'm not that I guess I'm probably coming across negatively here because I'm
Yeah,
just
a
gonna,
little.
but for sure, which I want to try and make sure that I'm saying okay. I'm not necessarily out there to be like okay, let's just make respecing really hard. Like that isn't really my goal. But what I will say is that I kind of want to. The primary feeling here is just making sure that you feel like my character isn't just like a what's the right, maybe you're better at
It's not X amount of currency to convert into a completely different character, and I forget everything what my character was before.
I mean ultimately it is that, right?
Ultimately it
'Cause
is.
respects do that,
Yes.
but you don't want it to feel immediately just like
It's
you
not
know-
just a trivial amount of currency, I suppose.
right. You
Is
want it
that
to
a
feel
fair
at least,
Yeah.
totally. You want it to make it feel like there's a little bit of a thing there. Like I am going on a mission to do this. It isn't just like something that I can trivially do. I mean, obviously you get to the point. I mean, as a streamer, you probably feel this way a bit more because of the way that like how to acquire wealth at this point. Like so therefore like the wealth cost probably doesn't seem very high.
Yeah.
But I guess I would say that I would hope that for the average player, at least, average player, I would hope that it would feel like a cost that is like, relatively significant for them to feel like, oh yeah, this is something that I would have to embark on. It isn't just like a,
Yeah, but what's an average player?
I think. Oh, I just cut out a little bit there. I think I heard.
Because when people talk to them about like average player, they are always like, well, what's an average player? But then they themselves, GGG, they talk about like average player. So like when you ask them about like the average player, they act like they don't know what it is, but then they use it. So they clearly know what an average player is. It's such like, it's so lame. I hate when they do that shit. Like, And they use it so they don't have to fucking answer actual questions. Like, it's so annoying.
Heard all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I just disagree a little bit, but that is something that could be off-putting to people in the game. I think so. Be interesting to see how you approach that.
I mean, since this is something that comes up a lot, I will like discuss it more with Mark and Rishi and stuff like that. Because I mean, look, one thing that is important to me is that if there are issues that the players are worried about, that we don't dismiss them. Like that's really
Yeah.
something that's ultimately really important. And I think that it's kind of the philosophy that I've had more around PoE2 is like no excuses about the stuff. Like if people are bothered by something, then we're going to find a way to deal with it. It's like so like if that's still really a concern, then we may have to go further than what I would feel
Yeah.
normally comfortable with going with. But it's kind of like a I guess the like it is something like okay, there are areas that you can get to where like I feel a certain way about something, and if the players feel differently, at some point I just need to find a way to change my opinion. So like maybe that will be something that needs to happen here.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping that it isn't, and that we'll get this to the right place. But you know, like if I certainly do, like if we're in beta and people are still complaining about respecs, then we're fucked up somewhere. So
Okay.
like we need to make sure that that's not like not a thing people are going to be complaining about.
I think that's a good take. And another thing that's important to consider too, the better someone is at the game and the faster somebody is at the campaign, the less they're going to mind it too. Like I personally don't mind doing the campaign because I do it in 2 or 3 hours, but there are so many people that maybe even after a few thousands of hours of Path of Exile still do like 10, 15 hours through the campaign. And to those people especially, I know it does feel like a chore.
Right.
Yep,
Understood.
Yeah.
it's a fucking chore.
Very different question next. Is the private league system something that is staying in Path of Exile too?
Yeah, we'll definitely keep it. Yeah.
I mean, they've answered that
always
already.
hope that there are more things we could do with that, but it's kind of one of those things that ends up not really getting a huge amount of development time. But there's no reason. I mean, look, it'll just work as it works in PoE1 without us having to do anything. So there's no reason for it not to stay. But yeah, it'll be nice to do some more to it in the future.
So I have some extra ideas there for private league system things. Something I've always wanted to see, and I want to know how you feel about it, would be, let's say, a month in or 2 months into the league, crazier options unlock for private leagues, but they're tied behind a void league. So maybe you can have some positive mods, or maybe you can change the entire way the game feels, but it's like a month or 2 in. For those that really want to, they don't really want to continue playing other games than Path of Exile, right? But they do want maybe a different experience.
They don't care.
So we do want.
They don't care because they're gonna have like a PoE league, a PoE1 league for like a month, and then a PoE2 league for like 2 months before the next PoE1 league starts. So they already have their own content, so they don't give a fuck about like giving you private league content on PoE1 or PoE2, because if you're lacking content, you're gonna have literally another game. Like people stop playing PoE1 at like the 2 weeks, 1 month, 1.5 months, and then 2 months mark. Like that's what people do actually. Like if you look at the charts and shit, that's already what people do. So if they give you the option to play PoE2 like 1 month into the league, into a PoE1 league, and then there is PoE2, there is the new content, and you have like a new league starts for like 2 months. It's gonna be enough. Like there's gonna be a rotation. Like we have 4 3 months PoE1 league, but then we are gonna have 4 extra PoE2 league, which are also gonna be 3 months each. So they basically are going to double the content they're putting out. Which means that like instead of like 3 months time, it's gonna be like 1 month and 2 months like windows in which you have to do your content, or like their content, the PoE games content. So there is no need for them to buff like private leagues.
want to be a little bit careful around positive mods. I don't know if you want to talk about that.
Well, there's always the danger of positive mods making it so the game is a lot more gifty right before the next league comes out, and then there's like this big, difference.
The issue is like, okay, let's say we had a league mod on private leagues for whichever reason made it really easy to get Headhunter. What that would mean is that everyone can effectively just try out what it's like to have Headhunter, and they lose that aspirational goal as a thing that they might want to do next league. And so we just want to be really careful that we don't make it so that like we trivialize what it means to get a certain item in the game by making it so that like, oh, this is just like in this private league you can just do that. I guess that's kind of the main fear around having positive mods, like,
Well,
but basically around that.
so, but is it necessarily a problem with, let's say that, like I end up not really enjoying those positive mobs. They're not for me. So I play every league start. But let's say, for example, Empyrean, right? He loves these positive mobs. So instead, he waits like a month into the league and is exclusively playing on these like extra leagues. Still playing the same amount of time. I'm basically asking,
Right,
is
it's not a
that type
question
of fun
it's not a
bad?
question- It's not a question of playtime, like for us. It's really just comes down to not wanting to compromise for others. The feeling, like if you know that someone can easily get a Headhunter without having to go through the thing that they went through, even if it is in another league, it can still kind of devalue just the whole experience of that.
Okay.
And so this is kind of the issue. Like we want, and this is another reason. So another thing people ask us a lot is like, oh, why don't you increase the drop rates of things in SSF? The reason why we don't do that is literally the same reason, that we don't want to make it so that there is some way you can play that makes it easier to have the same experience. Now, I actually think, by the way, that my stance on that is softening slightly because in practice it is always easier to get stuff in trade leagues because of the ability to do trade, right? So in reality, we probably could think about increasing the drop rates in SSF. Although if we did that, we'd have to make it so you couldn't port your characters from one to the other. So I'm not actually saying this is a thing we're going to do, by the way, but I'm just saying like I guess my feeling on this is that maybe it doesn't have this problem because like you could probably increase the drop rates in SSF quite a bit before you got to the point where you'd actually have an easier time getting high-end stuff than what you do in trade leagues. But I'm just saying that like this is the kind of like when we say something like that, the reason why we're saying it is because we want to avoid the situation where it becomes easier, like that there's a way to get the same experience of having an item in a different place than like that's the kind of thing we're trying to prevent.
So I think that would be very popular for a lot of people. But if you consider doing something like that, could that be an additional tick? Because there's no worry about splitting that league, right? There's no economy or anything. Could that be a tick where you can have the boosted rates and no transfer, or you could stay in the exact same normal? Because personally, I would be really sad to have increased rates. I want to just play a more difficult version, but I don't want to go like all the way ruthless, right? That's maybe too hard. So having both.
It's
could be an
not
option,
too hard.
'cause
It's
there's
just
no
to
splitting
Think
economy.
about that because you don't want to split the community again. If you know what I mean, like you want to be a little bit careful
But there
about
is
that.
no real
But
split
it's
there.
anyway. So
Yeah,
yeah, so
they're
it's
all
not
alone
really-
anyway.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's something to think about. Like, it's something that I'm potentially interested in exploring. I mean, it's a little bit similar because like
It's such a
Last
small
Epoch has
portion
that
of the
whole thing where,
community to
Yeah.
like if you play non-trade, then you've got extra items and that kind of thing. And I think it's an interesting thing to rethink about in the context of that. Is that like something we could potentially think about?
feel
doing.
like it's
But
a
as I said, the
rich
key
people
goal for us is
problem.
just making sure that like if you look at the work it takes to get a high tier item, that it doesn't feel like someone else just has an easy time of getting that, even if they don't have the ability to trade it with you, even if they do go to Void in the end.
Yeah.
That there's still that feeling of like it's unfair that like they can put in less work and still be able to have that same experience, and that's what we kind of
Yeah.
want to avoid.
I mean, personally, I'm not a big fan of boosted rates, but I know a lot of people would be.
Right.
Another thing for private leagues. Now, I don't know if this is even functional. This is sort of me being a little biased as an event creator here, but I've always wanted to do a similar thing of RuneScape's group found, where you literally lock yourself into like this is the group you're playing with. I don't know if are you familiar with it at all?
I am not familiar with that, but I can imagine how that might work. We can only play when other people everyone from your group is playing.
No, it's you can play at any time, but they actually have a shared death system, which I think is really interesting. So if you're playing with 4 people, you have 4 deaths on hardcore. So one person can die 3 times, another person can die 1 time, and you're all moved to standard when you die. Things like that is a very cool approach to it. And you can just only play and trade with each other. but you can still see the ladder of other peoples that are doing the same thing.
Right.
So the yellow text in global, stuff like that.
Right. Understood. I mean, look, we could probably do some changes around here, but I can't say it's exactly top of my priority list as far as
No,
implementing
for
stuff
sure.
goes. Like, there'll
Sure.
probably come a time when I want to do more stuff around that because I mean, I do like those kinds of features.
Yeah,
Just a matter of getting time to do it.
very cool.
But that's good.
I have this is probably my dumbest question. It's very silly, but I really just want to hear your response to it. So visual clarity is always going to be a problem. Would an enemy skill filter be too silly? So Time Crisis had a red ring around bullets that would cause you to, like, when you're about to take health damage. So something where you're choosing like these skills are what I want to see the most, but I don't want to see auto attacks, or I don't want to see like this ability is not dangerous to the way I'm starting my character.
Well, I don't love it, I have to say.
Yeah.
I don't love it. Look, I mean, this to me it feels more like look, if this is still a problem in PoE 2, I'm really hoping it will not be a problem in PoE 2 because we've managed to sort out a lot of the visual clarity issues with with a lot of other ways that we achieve that, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I the idea of being able to have some skills you can't see does bother me quite a lot, I have to say.
That's fair.
I mean, I understand you're opting into that in your situation,
Yeah,
but like
yeah.
still, I worry about this, and I worry about what it would make. It seems I can't say I'm a fan, as I said.
Do you hate all terms of opacity with, like, let's say I want to see, like, maybe there's a max on it, but let's say I want to see like 30% less monster mods, or something I know is requested and I would love this is being to turn down the opacity of my friends. Like in a 6-man group,
Right.
I'd be hard pressed to see that there won't be opacity or effect problems with 6 people.
One thing I will mention is that you can't just technically, if you did this and you had the ability to turn opacity down for some sources, the effects wouldn't quite work the same. It isn't like different components of skill effects of different blend modes that will kind of break in certain ways. Like the effect won't look the same as how it looks just dimmer if you did that. So from a technical perspective, I mean, it's not like you could do it and the effect would be dimmer, but the effect would not look the same as how it looked before. And so it will break some stuff, which is a thing. But at the same time, I guess I just like it's kind of one of those things where I feel like if you feel like you'd have to do that, we've kind of already screwed up. You know what I mean? That's kind of my feeling on this one as well. It's just another one of those like if you really shouldn't feel like this is a thing you need to be doing. And I understand in PoE 1 where like that becomes a thing. But I really sort of would hope that isn't a necessary solution for us.
So,
once we get to PoE.
I feel like with a game like Path of Exile, if you have a 6-man party, there must be some builds that would be visually cluttered with 6 people.
No, you're right. You know, on some level, it is impossible to completely solve that, right? Because we do
Yep.
have the ability to generate a lot of projectiles and things like that. There will be some visual clarity issues. Like, it's impossible to completely remove it. And so I guess you would argue then, well, then why surely you need some kind of system like this? And I guess that is a thought. I don't know that I have a decent answer for you there, because like, you know, it really is a challenging one.
Yeah. Maybe there can be a max minimum opacity, like you can't turn it down below 50% or something, so you still see them.
Oh,
but
I mean,
they're
if
less
you can do
overwhelming.
it, you'd want the ability to go it all the way, because that
Okay.
isn't really like, you know, if you had the ability to do that, you might as well do it.
Okay.
Because you're already suffering from the brokenness, then you might as well just let it be broken all the way to 0.
Right.
But it's like, you know, it's one of those things where like my reasons for disliking it like aren't like, even though I said that stuff about the technical issues like that isn't really the main concern for me, like, if I'm being honest. It's kind of just something to do with the whole this like the world should be some kind of consistent reality, you know.
Right.
Like as soon as you've got the thing where like I'm turning off
Yeah.
like, you know, certain skill effects, it's like,
Yeah.
you know, and maybe that's more of an excuse than it should be. Like,
A world where you can jump above a closed door.
maybe I should be more okay with this kind of thing, but because at the end of the day you are opting into it. But I guess it's like yeah, I find it
It's a tough
difficult to be
one.
okay with just turning off certain effects. I do find it difficult, for sure.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, I will have another discussion about this as well, because once again I understand the desire, but the hope is that in PoE 2 you're not going to be feeling like that's a big of an issue, because I think that's definitely in PoE 1 is absolutely a problem, right? Like for sure
Yeah.
it is.
In Path of Exile 1 right now, we have like Searing Exarch and Eater of Worlds and stuff that have rollable invitations. Personally, I feel like these boss mods are a little bit like dull because they're just map mods. Like there's not any like, faster projectiles, or the Maven memory game is longer. The Maven memory game is faster. Is there going to be a similar invite system in PoE 2 where you get a boss that you can roll? And if so, is there a potential to actually get boss-specific mods rollable?
I think this is probably just one of those things where it's like in PoE2 the systems will be quite different, so this question becomes kind of not really like part of the same.
Yeah.
Like it's hard for us to really commit to anything particularly around this since the systems are different, and like there may end up being systems that work similarly, but I don't know that they're going to work the same, and it'll be different design in any case.
Okay, cool.
So I think this question just kind of ends up being like it's not quite relevant to PoE2 enough.
Okay, that's fair.
But I like this is one of those things that I'll mention to Mark, and since he can do since he does PoE 1 design, he can be like, okay, like I'll take that on board. But yeah, I think it's not so PoE 2 relevant.
For anything, because I'm guessing there will be some form of something that will be rollable on a map or something.
Oh, there will definitely be rollable stuff in PoE 2.
Have you considered positive mods? Like you have on heist contracts, like there's no cost.
What?
Well,
So I actually do like this, but I feel like there was a reason we didn't do them. I'm just trying to dredge up why.
well, we used to have
Yes,
like
we did.
pack
We did have
size.
maze.
Yep, we did.
Yeah.
Everyone rolled for pack size.
yep.
And then we added
Right,
pack size
that's
to every mod. That's what
right,
it was.
Yeah. So basically, if you want to explain that a little bit more.
Yeah.
But,
So I mean, it used to be the case, right? Like back in the day when there were positive only map mods. I don't know if you remember Area as a Maze, which
Yeah.
I guess technically isn't really positive, but it was positive because it increased the size of the map, right? And what ended up happening is I remember everyone rolled for that, and that was a reason why we removed it, and we added pack size to every map mod. Now, I'm not actually sure that was necessarily. I'm sorry.
Well, a big problem on top of that was that was because of map sustain. Like we would literally run out of maps without it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So,
but
yeah.
why is it bad if everyone wants to roll for a specific outcome?
I guess.
That's a good question.
Yeah. I think we've had this discussion in the past.
Yes, I'm just trying
I
to
don't know
remember
if we
what it
actually
was.
had any conclusion there, but look, I guess on the surface, I don't see a reason why we couldn't have positive only mods. I mean, there are some which I guess technically aren't positive only, like Sea Witches. It's sure it's technically
It comes down entirely to this. Do you want it so that when you get a map that you have to re-roll it to get a certain mod, or do you not want that? And I believe the reason why we decided we didn't like that is because it became part of the mandatory chore you have to do every time you want to roll a map. Now, there are a ton of mandatory chores going on right now in PoE 1 that you have to do in order to juice maps, which is another whole topic, right?
Yeah.
But basically...
Yeah, but farming juice maps is already a choice that you make. Like, you don't have to farm juice shit. You can just alt and go. Like, you don't have to do it. So you choose to do it, and then once you've chose what you want to do, then it's fine if you have to like roll for it and shit, and buy and invest some currency in it. Like, what's annoying is like when the base level requires you to fucking have an extra useless chore, basically.
The thinking is that you want to be able to just get a map to be able to like we still want to have it so that you can craft maps, and that can be an interesting thing, but we don't want it to be that every time you get a map you have to roll a certain mod to play it, and if you don't then you're at a disadvantage. So that I believe was the reason why we didn't like having positive mods. And so maybe there's another solution that allows us to have positive mods. Because I mean, I actually do like them. Like, I think it's cool when you have the occasional thing. But I don't think we were able to find a good way to design the system such that you can both have that and not have that effect that I was talking about of having mandatory reroll as part of your map process.
Maybe
that was the issue.
Maybe that's something that ends up being a league mechanic where the currency is like a positive thing, like a thing like Delirium Orb that you add to a map because you're a weaker character and you need a little buff or you want to go faster. Yeah.
But I mean, for example, you could have positive corruption outcomes on maps. Like that would be a thing you could do because after that point, like you can't just re-roll the map until you do it, right? Like it's just a one-time thing you do it, and that would be fine, right? That kind of thing could work. but like, yeah, it's one of those things where we just, yeah, that's the situation we have to engineer.
That's very cool.
Mhm.
So my least favorite thing on monster mods in PoE 1 are things like cycling damage reduction, less chaos, less wither, because they feel a lot like immunities in Diablo 2, which I personally didn't like. I don't know how you feel about them, but I feel like they just it feels like just running into a speed bump, and it's not that the monster is dangerous. There's no counterplay, and it's not very engaging. How do you feel about that?
How do you feel about immunities in D2? Rishan?
Well, okay. So when there's no counterplay, I can see why immunities are not great.
Mhm.
But there should be some counterplay to this, right? Like, for example, and I'm not saying this is necessarily the best solution, but in D2, having 2 elements was your way to solve immunities, right?
But it was certainly in D2, it was a huge controversy.
Yeah.
The immunities were a big controversy in D2.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't there at the start, right? It got added.
Yes, it got added by, I don't remember
which
the patch number, but yes, it got added and it was a big controversy for sure. I'm guessing from your question that you didn't like immunities.
I hate it. It's my least favorite thing. I do like really challenging monsters like spark mages and stuff.
Wait, what?
It feels like just running into a speed bump, and it's not that the monster is dangerous. There's no counterplay, and it's not very engaging. How do you feel about that?
How do you feel about immunities in D2? Rishan?
Well, okay. So when there's no counterplay, I can see why immunities are not great.
Mhm.
But there should be some counterplay to this, right? Like, for example, and I'm not saying this is necessarily the best solution, but in D2, having 2 elements was your way to solve immunities, right?
But it was certainly in D2, it was a huge controversy.
Yeah.
The immunities were a big controversy in D2.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't there at the start, right? It got added.
Yes, it got added by, I don't remember
which
the patch number, but yes, it got added and it was a big controversy for sure. I'm guessing from your question that you didn't like immunities.
I hate it. It's my least favorite thing. I do like really challenging monsters like spark mages and stuff, or some of the coolest monsters in PoE. The goats, amazing. I love them because and strangely enough, I kind of like revenants. I hate that I kind of like them just because I have to focus so much more in this map. So I do like dangers.
So we aren't going to have immunities in PoE 2. To be clear, right? There want to be no actual I say there won't be. We shouldn't have a situation where we have a your build is just completely cannot do any damage due to a specific monster mod. But let me tell you why it is that designers do like having these kinds of mechanics in there, and the reason is because we want there to be dimensions to your build you have to focus on, right? So the really obvious one is offense versus defense. Another one that is another and it's really hard to have more things you have to focus on as a thing. 'Cause a lot of stuff just boils down to some kind of DPS and some kind of defensiveness. And so then there's Magic Find, which is another one where basically if you have another dimension, which is the ability to do Magic Find, then that means that now you have to consider, okay, do I want to trade some of my offensiveness for Magic Find? It's like another thing to trade off against. Now, one of the things you can also have people trade off against is more types of different damage. Like if I have to have a way to do if my primary build is fire damage, then I have to have a way to do not fire damage in the case where something's fire immune, and that means that I've got another thing. I have to sacrifice some of my potential power in my primary element to be able to do something else should the situation arise. So this is the reason why designers like it.
Yeah.
On the other hand, players do find it very frustrating when they've kind of got there. They want to be able to focus on their one thing. So I'll put another couple of interesting elements out there. So number one is that in PoE 1, because of the way 6-linking is, you kind of can't easily focus on more than one thing. And in PoE 2, that's not really the case anymore. A, you've got multiple 6-links, and B, you have the dual specialization system as well, which means you can have the ability to do multiple, at full effectiveness, multiple damage types on your build. So that means that we could, if we wanted to, have immunities and have it so that your character, we could expect of you the ability to do that. Yeah. So as I said, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do full immunities, but it does mean that we can make some of the resistances in some cases more punitive and have that be okay. But that definitely goes against what you were just saying about, having that less wither and this sort of stuff. That kind of stuff does get nerfed by that. So the question is that what we should be doing? Given all of that context, what do you think? I'm interested to hear
So,
your feeling about it.
I just feel like I just feel like I get to a roadblock. I feel like what's more interesting, I don't mind like extra life, because for any character, like I just feel like my specific build is being punished, and for all the other stuff, I don't notice it. So I do like when a monster is like extra life. I'm probably the only player that likes Soul Eater. Even when I'm playing with Steel Mage, I will shout it out like Soul Eater, and we'll focus that monster down. So I think that's okay. Like I like dangerous monsters, but like any form of build targeted immunity, it's just not something.
So
I'm a big fan of.
Wither is one that I think is too specific for sure. Like I probably wouldn't be fine with doing like, okay, this exact like one skill is getting targeted.
Well, Wither exists in a lot more.
Well,
states
sure,
now, but
okay, yeah, sure. But then, okay, but the question is fire damage, for example, right? Like, is it okay for a monster to have like minus 90% fire damage on it? Is that okay?
I hate it personally.
You hate it. Fair enough.
do.
Okay, understood. So this is one of those things where, if that's the case, then what we're saying is that you are not expected to do multiple elements, which means that then the dominant strategy is always going to be to all in on a certain element, right? And that's the concern. So in order for that not to be the case, you have to be getting something else out of the different. If we want you to be focusing on multiple elements, you have to be getting something else out of those elements. And what that effectively means is that we have to be more like we have to make sure. I mean, so there's a reason to do lightning damage, right? Because of shock. And so it's like so therefore we have to make sure that the power you are getting for adding lightning damage to your build is higher than what what you would be getting if you were to all in on just fire alone. And like that's effectively just makes our lives a little bit more complicated designers, but that's fine. I mean, you can do that. But it's one of those things where like the reason for it though, like just to be clear, is because of the desire to want to make it so that the players have to focus on more elements in their build without having to go all in on one thing.
Yeah, like a monster mod that reduces ignite duration is a good example. Like the reason is so that if you're focused on ignite, you also think about getting more ignite duration on passives or whatever it is.
Or you've got some other thing that isn't ignite that you're able to do
exactly.
in some other situation. So yeah, but it's good.
I guess a big concern.
Yeah, but the thing is, in PoE2, you're gonna have like way more like skill gem and shit and setups and ways to just swap your weapon and respect your tree automatically in fight. So like having immunities and having like different skill and different spells for different situation, it's not a problem in PoE2 with what they said so far about the game. It's not gonna be a problem. But that's more a PoE1 question. And we already have like immunities in expedition and shit. But you can like play around them. So I don't know. I feel like that conversation is useless.
For me as a player, would be a build is not going to be switching most likely. Well, I'm assuming a build is not going to be switching from spell to like a pure physical attack, right? So anything that's like very punitive, that would be
correct. You're unlikely to switch from spell. Although in some cases there will be cases where you do that. But for the most part, like if you're, but the thing is, but that would imply though that we still like it's still okay to be able to switch from say fire to ice, like this kind of thing can be fine. Like we can make that so that's an acceptable and reasonable thing to be doing.
That's fair.
But I mean, I think we probably want a little bit more pressure in this regard, just because of the fact that you can do dual spec. Like we want a little bit of pressure there. But as I said, we're not willing to go to the full like total immunity situation. Like it's just a question of like making sure there's a bit of pressure there to be able to do something else.
I guess that a lot of the problem is especially like Chaos and Wither, because like pretty much every Chaos build uses Wither, so it's like double tapping the build, right? Instead of just being like a 30% damage reduction, it can be a lot more in some cases.
Right. I at the same time, I don't know that 30% of a reduction in a certain build on a mod is quite enough to be able to encourage the situation. Like if it's just 30% reduction in total DPS, then I think that you'll just power through it, and then you effectively like, what was the point of the mod? Then you might as well not have bothered. I feel like there's probably somewhere around the kind of like 70-ish% mark where it's like, okay, like it is a thing that I have to deal with now. Like it's not just a question of like, like, oh, just this monster just had a more effective life for me. It's
Right.
kind of an actual like I need a solution to this in my build. And so yeah, like there's still some more to do around this area, I think. But I think that you do need to have some situations. I personally think you need to have some situations where a monster frustrates you and you want to find a solution in your build to deal with that.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I do hear the fact that you don't want full immunity. Like I absolutely get that.
Yeah.
And I also think minus 90% is probably a little bit on the high side as far as like, you just
What?
Oh,
just explain why it is
I
Holy.
think we
why it is that a
dropped out
designer
there.
would do that. Are you good?
Yeah, we lost our cameras. Oh,
Uh-oh.
they're back on. We're
All right,
sorted.
Cool.
So yeah,
All right.
it dropped out a little bit there. You might want to
Good.
repeat what you said at the end, like the last 10
I
seconds.
don't remember anymore. It's fine.
Yeah.
Let's
Okay,
move
well-
on. It's all good.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I was thinking of was, I think for me personally, what really like makes it stand out is that it's one monster, right? There's one monster that's something I've cleared everything else, but it's one monster that's there. It would maybe feel
Yeah.
less annoying if, let's say, this map has a lot of monster types that are maybe like I know this monster type has 50% lightning resist or 30% lightning
Right.
resist. Then for that map, I'll be more incentivized to use my cold skill or my fire skill if I am using multiple.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
I guess the thing though is that if you can tell in advance for a given map that a given situation is going to happen, the more likely the outcome for that is that you're just going to not run the map, and so you just end up with like, okay, these maps I can't run. Like what I'm saying is like I mean, this is already the case with map mods that we have right now, right? Where there are certain map mods that you're just like, okay, this map mod destroys my build. I just don't run it. So like if it's only to do with things that you can see in advance, then that means that then you're not encouraged to actually modify your build to contain a solution to the thing. Otherwise, like you just avoid the situation happening in the first place.
Well, I think it is a little bit different because you would still in PoE2, you like you said, you do have more tools to deal with it. So then, like you said, it's just the fact that it's one monster. Like I think if it's a lot, then
Sure.
I think it's more okay for me to find a solution to like I need to have 2 different elements. But that's still gonna
Right.
if it is like a 70% damage reduction, I don't know. I think it'll feel
Right. So what you're saying the fact that okay, there's this one boss here. That's just like it annoys you the fact that there is a monster that
just
I
one
think
singular, yeah.
you one monster thing there, and I don't really want to have to deal with it. So you just run on and not kill it. I assume
Yeah.
a lot of the time in that situation.
Yeah.
I do actually sort of agree with you a little bit. But I'd have to think a little bit about a solution to that. But I actually kind of appreciate the fact that that is an interesting thing to identify because it's one of those things that there would be a solution for, and that sort of would allow that. And as I said, designers do want to have the ability to do this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. All right.
Another thing, and this was talked about a little bit before, but I want to talk more about identification. So yeah, ID scrolls and stuff. To me, that feels a little bit more of something that made sense in like CRPGs, like Baldur's Gate, or back in the day where you have like cursed items, you can equip unidentified items, and it's either a limited resource. Can you explain to me why? You do like identification, right?
Yeah.
Can you explain that to me? I want to know.
Go for it.
Well, okay. So this goes back to, I guess, what we call the town cycle. I don't know if you've talked about this
You can talk
before,
about
but it's effectively okay. So you've done a map, you have a bunch of items. It's important to go back to town, do a bunch of things, and then go into your next map. And in PoE2, you finish your map, you go back to town, you talk to identify all NPC, and then you look at your items. We feel like that loop is kind of important to preserve as running map to map rather than just having it, when you pick it up, it just automatically identifies.
There is also this thing where you get 2 shots at something like you get 2 moments of intrigue as far as an item goes. Like an item drops on the ground, you pick it up and you're like, oh, will it be good? Will it be good? And will it not be good? There's this extra element of
Yes.
intrigue that you get there.
Yeah, that's a good.
So that's kind of like an important one as well. And that's like one of those things that it's just a game feel thing, right? Like if everything's identified, once again, it's just another sort of devaluation of the experience of picking up an item.
And I understand that
it is.
might be hard to appreciate with the number of items dropping in PoE1, but the
Yeah.
idea is when you see an item drop, you're like, "Ooh, what is that?" And it is like an unidentified rare item of some kind. Then you take it back to town, and then you get a second moment there when it's like, oh, what's it going to be? And then you identify it, and then, oh, it could be good, it could not be good.
Yeah. Well, you did previously mention Last Epoch, and Last Epoch does not have identifying rares, but you still do get that feeling of you hover over a special base and you see if it's good then and there, and then you don't go back to time like you said, but you like look at it and you go like, oh, I actually do want to pick that up. So you still
Right.
can have that exciting feeling without the identification part.
I don't know that I fully agree that it's the same. There's also the concern that I mean, I think it's to do with okay, I'm just trying to think if there's anything about that. So you can just effectively what you'd prefer then is just that you like everything's identified when it's on the ground. You can just mouse over and see it.
Yeah. And
Wouldn't that mean though?
Well,
Wouldn't that mean though that loot filters just mean that like
you could just
you just filter
Yeah.
out absolutely everything and then
Well,
like you
You can
don't
filter it out.
Yes, but there's a second follow-up. Because something that was talked about during your Ziggy interview, which I was screaming internally because there was a misunderstanding, and they asked you about smart loot, and there's two definitions of smart loot because Chris referred to smart loot as what was called loot 2.0, which was that there would be a lot fewer drops, and this is similar to the end of heist with Grun Heist, right? Like that both the items there and talisman would drop. Not necessarily like if you're playing a barbarian, it's going to be a barbarian item, or if you're playing a witch, it's going to be a witch item, but that the item makes sense. So if you're dropping an axe, it's not going to have like added lightning and added fist, right? That it would be a more well-rolled and smarter item. But then maybe
okay,
less
so-
items.
Okay, I'll clear up, I guess, a misconception of what the end of heist loot was and what talisman was, I suppose.
Sure, go for it.
So
Sure.
the way that was done, which is why we haven't done it since, is because we basically told the item exactly what mods to roll, and that feels a bit distasteful to me because we are telling you these mods are good. You only want these mods on an item. We don't want these other mods on this item, and that shouldn't be how, I guess, items roll better. Where we just say an item must have 3 resistances and life and nothing else, and every other mod is basically reduced down to 0.
Yeah.
And that is what I guess the items at the end of heist do, and I believe talisman for that one league. And that was the reason why it was changed back, because it was like we said talismans roll with these particular mods rather than rolling with its entire mod pool. And I don't know that we should be telling people that these are the only mods you should care about. Anything else that rolls on this item is
Oh my
Another
god.
way to look at this, to frame this issue, I guess, a little bit, which is that, okay, there must be bad outcomes. Hopefully we can agree on that, right? Like you don't want every item to be great.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the question then is what percentage of outcomes should be bad? And well, that really is all it comes down to, right? Because like what percentage of items should be bad at the end of the day, right? Whether or not they're bad because the numbers are bad or because the mods happen to clash or whatever, ultimately is irrelevant to the player, I think. What matters is just what percentage of items should be good, right? And I think we've talked a little bit before about the fact that we need to make sure that there's less items on the ground. There definitely should be less items, but we also talked about the fact that we want to preserve value. So clearly, in some way, although we're not ready to talk about exactly what's going on, somehow, some way, there has to be a way to reduce the percentage of bad outcomes, but then also drop less, right? And I don't think that the way that we want to be doing that is by making it so that we care about what mods go together. And the reason I don't want to do that is because I don't think we should be making that kind of decision for the player,
Right.
about what kind of things should go together. But we should in some way make it so that there are less bad outcomes as a percentage of overall item drops in order to be able to drop less. And so that's really our task. So hopefully that kind of philosophically arrives at where we kind of need to be to kind of to make the drop system good.
Have you discussed something like the higher item level an item is? It blocks some mods, like you physically cannot get tier 6 physical or below.
It is part of the conversation, but the system. So we have a system designed. It's not at the point where we're willing to quite talk about it yet. but ultimately, like there are elements of that, yes. But like you'll see more about that as we like a little bit
Okay.
later. But we're going to reveal like how the whole item drop system works in PoE 2 before too long. But yeah, like there has to be in some manner a way to make it so that there are less bad outcomes as a percentage of the items that drop, and so things like that help with that for sure.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Another thing, it's quite hard to balance that both like dropping items and crafting items are exciting. What kind of percentage do you see there? As well as adding things like maybe drop only mods, like what kind of percentage do you see there? Because current PoE 1 right now, I feel like 99% of my items, if not 100%, are crafted almost from scratch.
Well, it's really hard. Okay, just to just give a percentage, right?
Mhm.
But our goal is to make items on the ground matter. That it goes back to why we changed the Chaos Orb in PoE 2 in the first place.
Yeah.
Because if I remember this conversation, we were talking about how to make bases feel valuable. And we were like, oh, should we add more bases at the upper end? And we should do that. And then we kind of eventually landed at the idea of like, well, how rare can you possibly make a base? Because you always can reset the base. And then we realized that the problem was that due to the existence of the Chaos Orb, the Alteration, and I guess Scour to a lesser degree, every item that drops is the same thing. Now, when our expectation is
That's
you're
not
starting
true.
from an item that dropped on the ground with certain mods on them already, and then you're crafting from there, there's at least some level of interconnectivity there of like the items on the ground matter, and you get to craft them on top of that.
The answer is both. Every item that you get should both have dropped well on the ground and be something that you crafted after the fact. That's like that's the intention that we're going for here.
Yeah.
Not to say that we're going to remove from scratch crafting or anything like that. You still do that, of course, you can. But I think that a much more viable path is going to be that you start with something that's already kind of got part of what you need, and then you go from there. And that's going to be the more common situation in PoE 2.
And an interesting outcome of removing scouring is that white items found on the ground actually have value because they are the only way you can start from scratch. You can't you can't just get like a blue item or a
That is nice. I do miss kind of back in the day when WoW axes were worth something and stuff like that. So that is cool.
Right.
Yeah.
Are there going to be drop only mods in PoE 2? Like, is that a concept you like?
Well, so this is a tricky one, right? Because yes, I do like the concept. However, there is, I guess, something that bothers me a little bit. If the best possible rare comes from very specific content and cannot just drop from anywhere, so we just have to be careful about what sort of mods are drop only. I don't know if I have a great example off the top of my head.
Well, you wouldn't want it so the highest ED.
Yes, exactly.
Came from a specific like place, because then every item that you start with would have to come from that place.
Yeah, like incursion mods is a good example of something that I feel isn't in the right spot there, because like the incursion mods are better than base mods in many cases, and you don't want to have to do that in order to start from that base, right?
So what you want is the highest. You want there to be mods that are good for specific builds that are dropping in certain locations. So if you're playing that build, you're like, I want to start from this. But not everyone has to make the same decision. As long as there's diversity there, I think.
So as long as the mods are niche, I don't see why we couldn't do drop only mods. I guess we haven't really talked about any in particular.
No, but we will have. There will certainly be drop only mods. There will certainly be.
And
it's actually better in PoE 2 than it is in PoE 1 to do that, because we already have the expectation that a lot of the time you're starting from a dropped item anyway.
Very cool. So do you like mailed items and things like that?
Well, that's a little bit different, I suppose, because again, there are some veiled mods that are just better in many cases to base mods, and requiring you to do that content specifically to get access to it isn't great.
Well, why not? Why is that not great? Because I personally love when there's a specific area I have to go to and target farm.
Well, it's okay if there's like a specific build that does that, right? But it's not so good if every single build needs to do that, because then you lose the feeling. Okay, there's this feeling that I think is important to preserve, where any random skeleton that you kill can drop the best item in the game, And you sort of lose that if every single build wants to go towards a specific type of content in order to get the best possible thing. So that's why again, if these mods were more niche or more build
Right,
specific,
okay.
I feel like it would be okay. But it's just that if it's so, globally better, that's where I feel like it starts to become an issue.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. I see that. How do you feel about item syncs like Valor, Recombinator, and things like that? And is that something we're gonna see?
Definitely going to have Volobs.
For sure.
Absolutely.
There needs to
There is
be
no way that will not exist.
There needs to be stuff like that.
But
What about
yeah,
Recombinators?
there will be. Well,
I don't have an answer for you
Yeah,
about that
not
one
sure.
right now.
Okay.
But the Varlob for sure, and that's a good one. And in a way, item syncing is more the case already with the way that Chaos Orb works in PoE 2, because like you can have an item that can be good and then you use it like to make it a bit better and then it screws it up, and because you can't scour it anymore, it's like that then becomes a useless
Yeah.
thing for most people. So that kind of stuff can happen now.
Yeah. I just Recombinators was my favorite PoE feature so far, so I had to ask about it.
Okay, sure. I mean, look, we'll definitely think about that one. I mean, look, there needs to be an assessment of a lot of the like all of those things as we go
Yeah.
forward. So
Yeah.
we'll talk about whether or not they can go in.
Awesome.
Mhm.
I have some questions about pausing and how that's gonna work. Did you think about having, like right now in the party menu, you have some options,
Mhm.
right? Where you can have like free for all filter or something. What if the party leader can also set things like only the leader can pause, anyone can unpause?
Right. I think that is a pretty good idea. Like I don't see any reason why we wouldn't want to have that. It's not something we've implemented yet, but it's the kind of thing
Party
we could do.
place
And yeah, I think it's
sleeper.
good. I think it's probably a pretty cool idea.
And is there
Yeah.
going to be a limit on how pausing works? Because right now, let's say that I can pause with no cooldown and it's just start, stop, stop, and I'm doing Searing Exarch. It'll be incredible. Like it kind of like almost like removes the fireballs, right? You know exactly.
we're just talking about
Yes.
that as well.
okay.
And well, I guess there is no limit on
Well,
how pausing
yeah,
works.
there isn't a limit.
There isn't
And
a
we're
limit.
not going to put one on there.
So we do have to deal with the fact that there is no limit on pausing,
Nice.
which might mean something like
So we're gonna go from fucking logout core to pause core, like. Nice. It's gonna be interesting. Fucking bind pause and just spam pause at everything.
the memory game may not be possible because you could pause, write
Yeah.
down what it is, and
I mean,
then-
that's just. I mean, look,
yeah.
we've done that mechanic. We don't need to do it again, and it
Yeah.
wouldn't work in a world of pausing. So
Yes.
we wouldn't do that one. As for Searing Exarch, though, I think that that's the kind of thing that you would want to be possible. And what we were discussing is that like it might be that there's some boss fights where we have to black out the screen when you pause.
Okay.
And that's just a way of dealing with that. I don't think that's relevant in most boss fights, but there might just be a few that we're like, okay, let's just do that. And we'll just add a feature for that in the few cases to make that possible. But I think because if that was the case, then I don't think that would really compromise Searing Exarch particularly.
That does just add the extra step that you like record your gameplay and go look at the recording. Like, what was it before I
mean,
paused?
I guess at some point,
I just
maybe, but like,
Yeah.
come on. I mean, what would I don't
No,
think.
no.
Surely it's better to just get good. than
Oh,
it is to do-
absolutely. I just like
Yeah.
thinking of how to break
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
A final question I had with pausing is it going to just jolt back into like unpause, as in like everything is fully up to speed, or is it going to like
Yeah,
Yeah.
it will.
Yeah.
okay,
Yep.
cool,
It is.
very cool. So this is there were going to be things that are rollable and stuff, but I wanted to talk about like the invites for Maven bosses, Eldritch bosses, etc. If there is a system like that in PoE 2, which you didn't want to confirm if it was or wasn't, I would absolutely love is instead of these being droppable things that we had to grind for, which can the feeling I sit with as a player, let's say that I'm doing the Twisted, right? And I kill the Elder Guardians. If I don't get the invite and then I'm killing an additional like 4 or 8 bosses without witnessing them, that feels like such a waste to me.
Yep.
So I'd instead love if that was something similar to the Einar invites, right? With the Harvest Prison. So you get that as you click on Kirak, you finish the Twisted, and you get to roll the invite.
I guess what I would say is that yeah, like this is
Yeah, the
so,
end game is just
yeah,
complete.
it's so
probably
far
totally
away from what we're
different,
talking about. That
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
like,
Okay.
you should talk to Mark about this stuff because he's going to be much more it's going to be much more relevant. Like if these are the kind of changes that you imagine that you'd like to see in PoE1, then this is the kind of thing you should talk to Mark about because yeah, as I said, this is just like quite far away from what we're
Yeah.
thinking
Okay.
about for PoE2.
Cool.
Yeah.
So, PoE 2 is so much prettier and more, just everything looks improved. How do you balance making it look so much nicer while still optimizing it so that most systems can run it?
Well, the system requirements for PoE2 are definitely higher than they are for PoE1's
Yeah.
like the start of the game. But a few things. So one of them is we still want a 960 to be the min requirement. So an NVIDIA 960. And so like that's still like a reasonably old card as far as like the ability to do stuff. So I think that it will be accessible to everyone. I'm not going to say that it's going to be the prettiest on that card, but like it is, like it is, it will be perfectly playable. Like, and 60 FPS, like playable to me means 60 FPS. Like anything less than that is just nothing, right? So like, yeah, 60 FPS. But the modern content that's being put into leagues in PoE 1, so for example, the Wildwood and so on, like all of that stuff is done using the same tech and assets stuff that we're doing in PoE 2. So I would say that if that's running okay for you, then you should be fine. There's still always more optimization we can do. Like the engine still could use more optimization and so on. Like there's always more. But basically, if you are anything, from like a 9 series NVIDIA card or equivalent ATI, AMD card, then you should be fine. So yeah, that will be okay. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the reason why a lot of that stuff looks better is not just like particle spam. It's like actual improvements, like the design of everything, modern ability for us to create new content and so on. So yeah, it isn't necessarily that much more expensive than the stuff that goes in PoE1.
Very cool to hear. I have a question about multiple skills in PoE2. So it sounds like we're going to be incentivized to use more multiple skills instead of just having one spam right click. How are you going to incentivize that without cooldowns?
So basically, in order for you to want to use one skill over another, you have to the advantage that you get for using it in the correct situation has to be high, very high, like high enough to overcome whatever desire you would have to just use the same thing again and again. So if we can make the advantage of that high enough, then that means that we don't need to artificially restrict when you would use something because you only use it at the point when it makes the most sense to do so. So what that means is that there's a lot of balance implications for that, and there's like that. I think this is around the area where it was quite a struggle to get even internally our game designers to understand the sort of situation. Like if you've got an AoE skill and you're expecting that AoE skill to hit 20 targets.
Yeah.
In PoE1, the difference in damage between a skill that's single target and a skill that hits 20 targets is like not really that much.
Yeah.
But in PoE2, the difference has to be very, very high. Like it has to be like, 10x less damage, this kind of thing, in order to be able to actually make it so that if you got an AoE skill that does 10x less damage, and then that means that once you get, then it's advantageous to use it as soon as you get above 10 targets, right? And then the point where you're expecting to actually hit, like the point where you're doing double damage of a single target skill is the point where you get hitting 20 targets. Do you see what I mean? So effectively, we just have to make sure that the difference between has to be like way more extreme than it was in PoE1.
That's a great answer.
Right, and then this also is true for any kind of other situation where you've got like other skills where we want to like that are dependent on like, so for example, like you've got the armor break combo where there's a few different armor break ones, but just to pick a random one, the sniper skill in so the what do you call it, power shot with armor piercing. Hitting an armor broken enemy on the mercenary. The difference in damage, I don't actually remember what the number is, but it's like it's a number like 400% extra damage on that hit. It's like a huge amount, right? To effectively mean that, like, in order to incentivize you not to just spam the power shot without the armor break, to actually make you want to do the combo, you have to actually do a lot of different stuff. And what that means is that the balance, like as well, like comboing then becomes a thing you have to do to actually do decent DPS, because like the situation mattering a lot, like matters a lot as well. So effectively, there's just a lot of stuff around making sure that there's a lot more extremeness in like how different the damage is between situation A and situation B in PoE 2 than there was in PoE 1, because of the fact that we're expecting that you're doing different stuff. So yeah, effectively that's how we do it.
This also
Awesome.
comes into on the monster too, right?
Right,
Where
for sure.
like the stats on the monster
Yes,
itself can be
yes, that's
can
the
be
other thing
rather
as well. And
extreme.
this actually gets a little bit back to what we were talking about resistance
Yeah.
before. So
Yeah.
the difference between monster A and monster B, like if you've got a monster with armor, then that is serious armor that the monster has versus another one, right? Like you're going to care about like this skill has got the ability to deal with armor and the skill does not a lot more because of the fact that the armor is more extreme. And so yeah, the differences between monsters are also very high. This is, I guess, might be a better framing around when we were talking about resistances and immunities earlier as well. Once again, we don't
Yeah.
want immunities, but in order to make it so that you feel incentivized to use different skills, we really do have to make the differences more extreme to be able to achieve that.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense.
Sure.
Can we have a third-party two-factor authentication in PoE 2? So like something like
I'm gonna take a quick break. Okay. I'll be right back soon. There. Boom. Yo, I'm back. Up.
We should we absolutely should have done this by now. We just have never gotten around to it.
Awesome.
I will. We do need to do that. It's just, like once we get a chance, we will do that. But yes, there's no reason why we don't have that. It's just
Excellent.
literally. Well, I will tell you. I will tell you the reason why is because it's not so much that adding third-party authentication is hard. It's adding all of the crap around when people fail, like forget or lose or whatever it is, like all
Yeah.
of the like support policy and like a million freaking annoying things around that. That's the hard part
Yeah.
of that stuff. So yeah, that's where it's annoying.
Awesome.
Yep.
Next up, I have grouped together a lot of item questions as well.
Mhm.
So there would be a lot of
Oh,
item
sure, you
questions now.
can-
Sure.
So I was just sitting there like thinking item. I didn't have time to like
Yeah.
mix it up
Yeah,
or
yeah.
sort
Yeah.
them. So some uniques in PoE 1 currently feel like they have no use. Like they're maybe only like reasonably day one if you find them while you're leveling. Is this something you think is a problem? And will there be a different approach to uniques in PoE 2?
Well, we're definitely going to have uniques that are whose main purpose is to assist with leveling, right? Like,
Yep.
we do think that's a good thing, and we would like to keep that. As for uniques that don't have a use at all, so in general, our philosophy for uniques is that they are puzzle pieces, right? That combo with something else. Maybe they don't combo with something else immediately. Maybe they combo with something later on.
Mhm.
But they basically, well, they're meant to be unique, right, as it were, and they might be strong for your build. They might not be strong for your build. They might be strong for person A. They might not be strong for person B. So in that case, I would hope that the value of a unique is different from person to person, in that, you find something which maybe you don't have any use for this, but somebody else might.
Yeah.
And I guess that is really, I mean, I don't know if that's really different to our philosophy in PoE 1, except for, I suppose, learning some of the things that worked and didn't work over the years.
I mean, in Magic the Gathering, you could complain that there's a lot of useless Magic cards, right?
Yeah.
But the reason why that you have a bunch of things with interesting mechanics on them is so that there's a library of stuff, so that when someone puts together some interesting combo, or there's like some new unique comes out that enables something, that it just means that suddenly, this thing that was useless before now becomes something that's useful for something else. So
yes,
like we like to have a library of stuff that's just kind of out there, and I think it's good to have that stuff.
Oh yeah,
and it's also especially fine if like. It is nice to have the experience while leveling of, I found this weird thing and now I'm gonna use that for a while, and so it is fine to have like just while you're leveling stuff like that. I think that's good.
Okay.
And in fact, recently, so we've been doing a bunch of low level unique design in the last month or so.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we've been starting like every week. We've been basically doing a review of
there's a bunch of low level uniques that we're doing at the moment. So
That's
yeah,
very fun.
I like
really crazy too,
Yeah.
compared to what you would think of PoE 1 uniques, at least.
Yeah, that was my next question. Do you approach unique items differently in PoE 2? Like, I would say already items without life can feel a little hard and stuff. So I would love to hear about like the design philosophy.
So, okay, I don't know if the approach is different in that respect, where more so that, we just sort of know what works and doesn't work after years of experimenting on what does and doesn't. Like uniques without life. So I guess I'll address that. So we do want uniques to have a cost to put on, such that your entire like every single slot isn't just I have a bunch of uniques on, right? And sometimes that is accomplished by the uniques having a downside. Sometimes that is accomplished by the uniques not having resistances or not having life or not having, whatever it is. But so I would not say we would want to lose that necessarily, but really what it means is if a unique doesn't have life, its unique property needs to be either powerful enough or special enough that it's worth giving up that life for. That's kind of really what our job should be, to make sure that that is the case.
We just to put it more succinctly, we don't want every slot on your character to be uniques, and if that's to be the case, then having it so that you still need rares for something, and those rares being useful for doing things like life and so on that you're not necessarily getting from your uniques.
Yeah.
Then that's sort of how we achieve that. And so it's interesting because it's a way of having a downside on uniques without actually being explicit about there being a downside. It's just the downside is that if you're going to have a build full of uniques, you're not going to have very much life on your character.
Yes.
Right. That makes sense. And with Magic Find stuff in particular, quantity was removed, correct?
Yes. Well, player quantity.
Player quantity
Player
basically
quantity.
doesn't exist in PoE 2 to avoid the
And if item rarity still is a stat, is that something that needs to be both a prefix and a suffix?
It is. So we have made changes to the mod pool, right?
Okay.
On every single thing. I believe it is not both a prefix and a suffix on most slots, but it is on a couple.
Okay.
And those slots are particularly because they are supposed to be more leaning towards, finding rare items or whatever.
So maybe
right?
rings and stuff.
Did we really? Because it used to be a prefix and a suffix on all item slots.
Yeah,
right?
it's
Yep.
a prefix and a suffix on, I believe, helmets and jewelry, and it's only a
Boots.
suffix on the other slots where
Okay.
it rolls.
Right,
Nope.
okay, Yeah.
I think I might be misremembering, but
Yeah.
It's a big game. It's a lot to remember.
Yeah.
no, I'm talking about how we changed it, not
Yeah.
what it was like. Yeah.
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 Oh, okay.
I know.
Yeah.
For unique items, are there any big technological advances that lets you do new things, like giving more skill points or additional ascendancy points? Which, with my knowledge, that was not possible in PoE1.
Well, it wasn't that it wasn't possible. It was more that I guess it was annoying because you would have to make it so you couldn't unequip the item or some other thing to prevent, you putting it on, getting the skills, and then doing it. It always comes down to working out like how much time will it take to implement this massive unique, and is it worth all that time for one particular unique, right? Now, as for technological advances, I don't know if there's anything major in particular, but there are a lot of system changes that have happened. Like, for example, conversion has been reworked, right, in PoE2, and Leech has been reworked. I guess we haven't really talked about it, but it will be. And when systems change, they usually allows for more design space, but that's not, I guess, really what you were asking.
Yeah.
One thing
no.
that has improved a lot and is affecting uniques quite a lot is that it is way easier for us to make new animations for player characters.
Oh yeah.
And to do armors and interesting rigging things and all sorts of stuff like that, which means that there's a lot more little special things going on with uniques along those lines. Like in PoE1, we would never like make a weapon that had a custom like attack animation or something like that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But in PoE2 we can do that because it's way easier. Because like we've got one rig now, so that means that we can do that, and it just works across all characters. And like it's just generally easier to do like little custom things like that. Like there's some cool stuff around that.
Which also leads into like custom skills on uniques, right? Because we can actually have a custom skill with an animation that
It's
ties
a lot
into it.
easier. It's a lot
Very
easier to
cool.
do that kind of thing. So yeah, I mean, there's even like little details that like I guess we could have done before, but they just become a lot easier with like like you can have like a unique where like when you like that has little graphical elements where like I think we had one where as you get hit it charges up, and then there's like a thing you can do when it like discharges and you can see it on the weapon like the charge
Wow.
going up and this kind of stuff. Like there's little things like that we can do. It's just easier to do that kind of stuff in PoE2 with the modern art pipeline and everything.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So it's not to say that there is like it's not really so much tech, it's more just that like it's easier for us to do that stuff due to the fact that all the art is modern and all of the stuff that we've got going on with the engine overall is more modern. Yeah.
Would you be able to like expand a little bit on like leech reworks, regen, and defensive things like that?
Leech. Which of the 14,000 systems for Leech did we actually settle on in the end?
Well,
I
okay.
don't remember.
I will tell you that Leech is a lot simpler than what you know in
We can
PoE1.
just explain how it works if you can actually remember.
Okay, well,
Oh my
it's
God.
it's actually really simple.
Yeah.
It is actually really
Oh.
simple.
Yeah.
An item just has X% of physical attack damage, leech's life, whatever it is, and that is the leech you get. The only difference is that monsters have leech resistance on
That's
them.
right. Yes, that's where we ended up.
That is it.
Monsters have Leech resistance now.
Ah.
It's that simple. So
It's
as you go
just
through
that
so
simple.
as you go through the game, the monster's leech resist increases in order to counter the expected
The,
whatever
the,
yeah,
the
yeah.
exponential damage,
Right, right.
because
So then-
you
yeah,
want leech to scale off of your damage, right? Like
Yes.
it's
Yeah.
sort of not
Yes.
leech if it doesn't.
So
do that.
yes, it says a percentage, and it scales as the percentage goes up. It increases linear as you would expect, and also it so everything about that works as you would expect. The only
Yep.
difference is the monsters have leech resist. That's all
So
it is.
I have an important thing here. Is the purpose of this leech resist to make some things or some bosses immune to leech, or is it just to counter
No,
the
no, 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 no,
exponential
no.
No,
scaling?
the purpose is to make it so that as you get through the game,
So it should be consistent.
To be clear, leech resistance is per level. It's not like on an individual. I mean, I guess we could do individual monsters having
We
more
could,
resistance,
but that isn't
but
the purpose.
that isn't
Right.
really the system here.
Yeah.
The system here is just as you level up, like the monster level determines how much leech resistance it has.
Yeah.
Now, I should point out that there's no. I don't remember the names of the stats that leech currently has in PoE 1, but none of that is there, right? Like you hit a monster, you leech that amount over 1 second, and that's it.
Awesome. That's
and
great.
and then it is not like there's no weird stacking rules or anything like that. It just stacks.
It just stacks. So if you hit 10
yeah.
monsters, you get 10, 10 leech.
Yeah, so
instances. That's
all
it.
of the weird complexity, everything around this is all now just very simple. The only concession is leech resistance on monsters, which is effectively hidden because it's not going to be rendered anywhere.
Yeah.
But effectively, as you level up through the game, the monsters will give you less. Life.
Although it should be just tell you how much you would leech, I suppose.
Yeah, we could put that on the stat screen probably. We could probably put on like the amount of life per hit that you'll get on a monster of the current of your level or whatever, something like that. But yeah, it's a lot simpler. Which is
Will there still be things like overleech?
Sorry, what was that?
Will there still be things like overleech?
Well, we haven't really gone beyond like just the basic system, right?
Yeah.
But as we're doing ascendancies, we'll probably talk about some of this stuff.
Okay.
At the moment, I mean, there's Val Pact, which will make it instant.
Yeah.
And I don't believe we're changing that. So
Yeah.
other than that, I don't know if we've done anything else. Like we just wanted the basic system of leech to be something that I don't have to spend 30 minutes explaining to somebody, and then they tell me, "Well, I didn't understand a word you said." Because I've done this multiple times to people who have asked me how leech works, and I've explained to them, and then they're like, "Well, I don't understand anything." So you know.
It's people always as a joke like during my PoE university lessons they're like, can you explain leech? And I'm like, no, not doing that. Yeah, so that's great. Honestly, it sounds so much better. Is there a possibility
What was the other one you asked about?
Yeah, is there
sorry, you asked about a couple of other ones. Was there any what was the other one?
Sorry, regen as well, like things like life regen. Because obviously we've changed the way flasks work so much. So I'm mostly asking about like sustain, I guess, of characters.
Oh, well, life regen works the same as it does before. We're just, I guess, going to be a bit more careful about how quickly you can recover your life, I suppose. I mean, not to say you can't recover your life quickly. I mean, you have flasks and, you know, the pace of combat is still going to be fast enough that, you know, you'll see your life changing, you know, frequently enough. But, I mean, regen just works as it does before. We just will be more careful about, you know, how much you can get, I suppose.
And have you already discussed keeping every mechanic like spell suppression and we do have a lot of advanced things as well in Path of Exile when it comes to defense?
We're not removing anything like that, I believe. I don't think we're removing any of those, but
well, it depends on what mechanic, I guess. But spell suppression isn't being removed. It's meant to be, you know, a sort of secondary system that goes alongside evasion.
I don't remember the list now, but there were a few cases where we removed some mods from the mod pool by default, like so you'll have to get them from other sources.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, like the overall, I think spell suppression is still in there.
It is, yeah.
Spell suppression is still in there. That we liked that one. And there's a few cases, but I don't think we're directly removing anything being supported. Like it's just a question of where you get it.
Awesome. Is there a possibility of a new tier of items? Other games have things like maybe artifacts that are what they call legendaries and stuff, like a super legendary, if you will, or set items and things like that.
Well, okay, so I'll address set items first, and we sort of, I guess, feel like we shouldn't need set items because we kind of ask you to make your own sets, as it were. You find synergies between uniques, and you kind of have a set there, right?
Yeah.
Sure. And the other problem with the set item is, let's say you have, I don't know, a 6-piece set item on. It's really hard to replace any of those pieces, right? So you just don't find upgrades on those like slots or whatever.
We don't like the gameplay of set items.
Yeah. So they would not exist. Now you could ask.
Make smaller sets, like 2-3 items, like 2 rings, like an amulet and a helm or some shit like that. But then I guess they want their items to be like more open. Right? They would rather have an item that can sell something from another item, like have one item that gives you the benefits of the set and a downside, and have another item that gives you something to cancel the downside. So that you can like have better ways to get the benefit of the set.
Well, what about like a super unique? Well, we kind of have those. It's just not explicitly stated. Like, right, when you find an item and it's like a high tier unique or a rare unique or something like, like a headhunter or something like that, it is effectively in the player's eyes a super unique, even though it is just a unique. And I guess it's important to keep it so those are all the tiers that are there. I don't know.
Well, so I mean, I guess like okay, one of the really common things people imagine is like, oh, you have like you've got normal magic, rare, and then uniques are their own thing, I guess. And you could argue, like, I mean, those effectively are tiered because internally we obviously have drop rates for different uniques, and we certainly see them as like like in a certain term, but we don't feel like unique just means that it's an item that has got fixed properties. So therefore, there's no reason to kind of have different tiers of them visible to the player, particularly. As for rares, there's often the question of, okay, well, why don't you have like another thing above rare that has even more mods and so on? And the reason that we don't do that is because we actually think it's important that so all 4 of the rarities that we have all have a purpose, and in theory, all of them should need to exist. So there should really be no reason why we'd want to add a tier above rare, because like all that would do was just add mod dilution. Yeah. And to explain what mod dilution is, it's very important in case people like don't know about it. It's really important that each individual that you don't add too many mods to your character, because if you add too many sources of mods to your character, then it means that each individual mod can't have very much effect on your character.
Yeah.
Like this is the reason why we don't add more item slots as well, because if you add another item slot, it means that the value of another item slot has to go down as a percentage of your overall build.
Yeah.
Basically, we think that 6 mods per rare is enough. We don't want more than that, and so therefore that means we just wouldn't want to add like another tier of rarity that has more of that stuff above that.
So we're never getting pants.
No, you are never getting pants.
No.
Although, so here's the thing. No, but you are getting pants, and here's the reason: because the pants are now built into the boots of your character. So the boot in the icon, it just looks like boots, but there's actually pants. There's unique pants that come with every base type that get added to your character.
You actually have pants.
Yeah, so the pants are now part of the part of the boots. And that was actually a really good change when we did it, because it means that like previously the armor, the body was like the main part of what made your character look different, but now the pants, the boots slot has a large percentage of difference as well.
Very cool. Nice.
So yeah. In fact, there are some like real dodgy looking pants that we need to sort out. Some of those pants, I look at them and like, especially some of the int pants that go on male characters look a little bit iffy, and we need to do some work on those.
Very cool. Very cool. Are items going to be allowed, are chase items in PoE 2 allowed to be as powerful as Headhunter and Mageblood?
We will definitely have chase items in PoE 2.
Sure.
Absolutely. And they will be ones that are strong. Now, as strong, it's kind of hard to really say, but they will be items that are exceptionally strong and exceptionally rare, right? Like that's going to be the case.
You need to have stuff that
you need to have.
To have that stuff so that you've got something to aspire to, right? Like it's really important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Just as a random anecdote along those lines.
No, I love this.
We used to have a rule internally, which was don't balance by rarity. So the theory was that it's a bad idea to have something which is ultra powerful, but is the only reason why it's okay is because it's rare.
Okay.
And we worked under that assumption for many years. And then eventually we realized, I actually can't really justify that rule anymore because, actually people really love stuff that's balanced by rarity. Like people like it to have it, so there's just an ultra rare thing that's ultra powerful. And so yeah, we stopped having that rule a while back, and so now we do allow ourselves to just have this is an item that is too powerful to exist, except for the fact that it's ultra rare and therefore it's okay.
Cool.
So that kind of stuff we do nowadays.
Very cool.
And that will continue to be the case for sure. Yeah.
Nice. In PoE 2, could we expect to see more things itemized, like the Ashley Slam and things that people are currently trying to buy as services from other people?
Well, this is really I guess it's really tied to PoE 1 because I don't know if that's mechanic in particular.
Well, no, it does matter in PoE 2. Basically, yes, we understand the fact. In general, we are trying very hard to avoid any situation where where a thing that someone would want to trade is not itemized.
Yeah. And to specifically address Aisling Slam, that I believe there's some changes coming with that in the next patch as well.
I think there are a bunch of things getting itemized in in the next
Yeah.
PoE1 update.
Cool.
Very cool.
Yeah. So I mean that's the thing we're very much aware of.
I had a thing, like an idea, if you will, that I wanted to get your thoughts on. So obviously, I think this is very popular, and I've done this quite a lot when I play Hardcore Trade Leagues. I'll offer a boss kill service. Have you ever thought about offering a feature like that in the game, where you have, let's say, a bounty board? You can request, hey, I want Cyrus to be killed. Here's my Cyrus set. And then in order to not be scammed, me as the completer of this bounty board has to offer my own set. So if I rip it, I lose my own set, not the buyer's.
Right.
And then the item goes to the person, etc. Like something like that.
Right. So this is effectively trying to avoid the need for third-party ways to trade for this kind of stuff that currently exists.
Correct.
I guess my concern with that is I worry a little bit about adding that as an in-game element, because the message would be that, like, I mean, I think you'd get a lot of characters who just like didn't complete the game without ever actually really beating everything.
Yeah.
So I'd be a bit hesitant to add something like that as a feature to the like. I said I'd just be a little bit hesitant about adding something
Yeah.
like that.
I mean, we're implicitly saying that you need to be killing all those bosses,
Right,
and
right.
having it as a
But
feature
obviously-
is sort of saying you can trade for it. I mean, we're not
Yeah.
preventing you from
Right.
doing so, but
People will obviously do that, but I guess the thing then is that if there's no secure way to do it, it obviously incentivizes all the stuff around reputation systems and blah 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 blah. There's like a whole rant about that that's like complicated.
Yeah.
So I understand why you desire that, because like, okay, ultimately what you're looking for there is like, what are all the things that people use TFT to do, right? Like that's what you're looking for. And let's try and have a solution to every single one of those. And that we think along the same lines as well, right? Like when we're looking at the stuff, we're kind of like, you know, let's try to prevent any reason that you would need to have a service like that. That we certainly we're thinking about it that way as well. But then a service like this, I kind of start to feel a little bit uneasy about, because it would be very easy then to be like, you know, I'm effectively telling people we want you to be just playing the game without really playing it, which is a slight concern. But I mean, at the same time, we do have to be realistic that people are going to trade for that stuff anyway, so we do have to think about it. But yeah, I get it and understand. Cool. And obviously, there's a whole big conversation around trade and stuff that you know is a whole thing to talk about. Which I mean, I guess we could talk about that if you like.
Yeah, I mean, are you fundamentally approaching trade from any different way? I believe I feel like I remember you said you weren't, but I would love to hear you talk about it.
Yeah, so previously we had said that we're not really wanting to change how trade is, but I think okay, so then the situation now is different, because you know, like people are seeing things like Last Epoch and so on, and what they're doing with trade, and the people are like really liking what they're doing, and so then I don't know that we live in a world anymore where the current system that we have is good enough. And so that means that we have to change.
Sure.
And I don't want to necessarily go into every detail about that, but I guess what I will say is that like the previous feeling that we had was okay. Well, so let's talk about the axioms of like of like what we assume, right? So, we are a game that does not have bind on anything, right? We are not a game that has binding in it. Right, that's a very important thing for us.
Okay.
So any system that involved binding, we don't want to do that.
Oh.
Number two, if you have a trade system that's ultra easy, that has no friction at all, like if you imagine just like instant buyout with with no restriction, like everything is just completely free trade, what you'll get is an exponential curve where effectively the stuff that is the most powerful will become very, 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 very expensive, and the stuff that's anything even below that will become extremely, extremely cheap. So you get this kind of exponential curve, and effectively, if you imagine a game with no trade, you've got like a flat, effectively like power and difficulty acquire, price and difficulty acquire are completely flat.
Yep.
Not that in a game with no trade that would even make sense, but effectively it turns into a flat line, and then you get more and more exponential as you increase the easiness of trade. So therefore, the assumption is that there has to be some way of, in order for a game to be able to have trade, there needs to be something that restricts its use in some manner. And the previous way we looked at that was that you can either have instant buyouts or you can have instant like good search. And what we've been saying is, okay, well, I don't think players are going to accept anything less than instant buyouts because I don't think there is a way to solve to solve the kinds of problems that people have with trade and PoE without having instant buyouts. So therefore, we now have to take as an axiom there must be instant buyouts, right? We must have that. There must be in some manner a way. How can we have that without having this problem? Now, previously we would have said, okay, well, in that case you can't have good search, but people will not accept a solution that doesn't involve the ability to search for items correctly. Therefore, we must have a proper search function.
Okay.
So what are we to do now then, right? Like if we must have instant buyouts and search, there has to be some manner of way to limit trade and some other means.
Yeah.
Now, if we're not going to have binding, that means there has to be some form of resource that limits trade in some manner that you have to play the game to get. And if that's the case, well, what resources do we have? Well, in PoE 2, we have gold. And if gold is something... So therefore, we discussed basically gold can be a limiting factor. And if we make it so that you can't trade gold, you can only play for gold. And if we add a gold fee as a part of an instant buyout cost... that can mean that we can potentially have a trade system that has instant buyouts and searching while still having a way to and no binding and all that sort of stuff. So it is possible to do that. So we're discussing it, right? We're looking into this. I think that it solves a really important problem. I believe it is possible. We have to, as I said, there's a lot of details to work out.
Yeah.
There's a lot of issues and concerns. But as I said, I think that it is people will no longer accept an action RPG that doesn't have instant buyouts.
But I mean, I guess we can test all of that in the beta in June, which is good. We'll see.
As a for a trade system, so therefore we will need to change. And as I said, that's we have to move with the times, right? Like we can't. And as I said before, I don't want to have any excuses if players are not enjoying something. We need to find a way to solve that problem. So we will solve that problem. We will find a way. That's my thinking on it anyway. So hopefully that, if you've got any questions about that, feel free to.
I mean, I can feel myself being posted to Reddit right now. I think most people will be very happy about that.
Right.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've always been asked about my take on an auction house in PoE, and I always said, like, in PoE 1, like, you have no way to tax it, right? What are you going to do? Like, do 0.5 of a Chaos Orb? So, and that's what I did in previous games. I would sit there flipping items, which is very destructive.
Right.
But with something like a tax, then you can have that. So, that'd be really interesting. I'm guessing you were also thinking about maybe just a trading orb, right? That you would be... if you weren't going to use
you could
gold.
do that, but I don't like the feel of it as much. And I think associating gold, like the end game sync for gold being trade, is actually good because it makes sense that that's what gold would be used for. And like it all kind of fits together. So I think that can work well.
Are you worried? Like, are we going to have captures on the auction house? Like, how are you going to combat bots, basically?
Well, they do have to play the game for gold, I suppose. But
so that would be the main thing. Is that yes, because
oh no, the gold farming bots are gonna have to play the fucking game to get their gold. No, what are they gonna do?
Because the gold is it would not be tradable. It would mean that you effectively have to play the game. Sure, you can bot playing the game, but on some level, if you're doing that already, then I mean, we need to prevent bots in whatever way we prevent bots that we do.
Yeah.
So that's what it is.
Awesome.
But
Well, another follow-up question: would everything go on the auction house, like currency, items, uniques, everything, or would there be something that you still have to do person-to-person trading?
I think that people would want to be able to trade anything in such a system. I can't. I mean. That's basically the thing. Now, to look at this though, one thing I would just want to talk about there is that like stuff that has its own sync. So currency items, you don't necessarily need to have the gold cost of transferring that be very high because it already has a sync. You don't get that exponentiation factor quite so much. But stuff like equipment, where there is no natural sync for it except for like crafting failure, I guess. You do actually have to make the cost for trading equipment to be quite high in order to preserve the like, so you don't get that exponential being too high. So effectively, you would have to prepare yourself for the fact that the gold cost for buying equipment in particular could be relatively sizable. So that's part of the whole, like, the trade you're making here with us of being able to have this feature is that the gold cost for it would be quite high for equipment only.
Do you think you'd be taxing both the buyer and the seller?
I believe that the buyer is the right place for it, because sellers want to be able to just, in order to incentivize people to use the system over the old one, you'd effectively want to make sure that the sellers can still just dump all of their stuff into the into tabs like they normally do, and it's the buyers. Because I mean, ultimately, when you look at the who's the person bearing the burden of this right now, it's not really the seller that's the person doing that. It's the buyer, because the buyer's the one who has to fight through all of the fake listings and all of the, like, annoying people that reply and all of that garbage. So effectively, they're the ones who pay for the tax on this, as it were.
Yeah. Okay. Very cool. That's exciting. I guess. Are you concerned at all about, like, third-party mods for the auction house then?
Third-party mods.
Yeah, like basically
like stuff
something
that just tells you what price it should be and stuff like that.
people using. Yeah, I think that, or like just scanning the items and, like, trying to buy things out that are underpriced, things like that.
Well, I mean, on some level, it's very hard to completely eliminate that stuff, but we will definitely, like, I mean, we will use our anti-botting stuff that we do to prevent that kind of stuff.
Awesome.
But I will say though that as distasteful as the botting stuff with that is, I think you have to design your system to be able, like, if your system is if the only thing making the system work is your anti-botting, I think you're kind of screwing up. Like, you have to, it has to be resilient to that. Like, the taxes have to be in the right places. All the stuff has to kind of work enough so that even if there are bots, it's still okay. Like, that's like. It's funny. This is like, I feel like I'm coming out of a totally left field domain here, but it's like people get angry at high frequency trading in the real, in the real economy, right?
Yeah.
As like a thing, but the actual thing that high frequency trading does is improve liquidity in the market. So I'm getting, like, real financy right now, but the thing that HFT does is improve liquidity in the market. So what it does is
it's actually good.
The buy price and the sell price closer together. Like, it effectively So HFT,
you basically buy at some different places and stuff. It's basically arbitrage, right? You make sure that the price is the same everywhere. And it's actually good for, like, people who use the market. And people who are mad about it are, like, people who don't understand how, like, economy works.
in a game like PoE would ultimately do the same thing. It would get the price of it would converge the price of the items closer towards the actual true price that they should be priced at. So ideally, we don't want botting anyway, but if it were to be full botting, what that would mean is that the prices move to their fair market value much faster than they otherwise would. And the reason why the fair market value is not what you want in a lot of games is because that's what leads to that exponentiation thing. Like, the fair market value of a, like, level, like, a very, very good rare, but that's level 5 is very low, because most people only stay at level 5 for a very short amount of time. So what we don't want is for people who play the game at the start to just be like, oh, for, like, a freaking wisdom scroll you can get, like, some amazing rare that level 5, right? That's what you're trying to prevent. And so the gold taxes kind of put a price floor on the on things to prevent the stuff. I'm getting real fancy here right now.
No, it's great. I'm just as you're talking, trying to think of questions and write them down so I don't forget them, because this is very out of left field.
Sure.
Yeah. So yeah, my first question is buy orders. Is that something that would be potentially a thing where you can, like, set up a buy order for someone to fill it?
Well, I don't necessarily know that I want to get fully into all of the detailed mechanics around this, because, as I said, we're kind of talking a bit off the cuff here about all this stuff. But
there's still a bunch of issues.
There's a lot of issues to sort out. But I guess there's so much. So I probably can't go too many.
That's fair.
Details of
We got a lot.
But,
we got a lot.
Yeah.
My next question.
But if you want to ask more questions, I will tell you where, what.
Okay.
Like, feel free to ask more questions about this topic if you like, and I'll just say whether or not I can.
Yeah, the only other thing I thought about was limited slots, yes or no? Like, would you be able to list 100 items or 3?
Well, I would say that it would probably be similar to what we already do with regard to well, I don't want to get too far into this, but effectively, stash, like, we don't want to give you like, we ultimately sell stash tabs as like a thing, and so space, like, to store items is a thing that is part of, you know, what we sell. So I wouldn't want to make it so that you, like, generally speaking, more space to have stuff is means you pay real money to get that, right? Like, that's what we have. So what I'm saying is you should probably expect things to work similarly to that way, where, like, if you've got the ability to store more stuff as a player, then that means that you'd be getting more stash tabs or something along those lines. Yeah.
So
basically something like that.
2 follow-up questions already. Is this going to be a paid feature or available for everybody?
Well, we don't want to restrict something like this to only, like, certainly something like this would have to be available to the general to general public. But as I said, as we do with stash tabs, it's like the more like, if you want more space for it, if you want to be able to store more items in the system, then you would need to be paying more. But we want to make it so that you can use it as a free player for sure.
And is this something that is, like, is this going to be PoE 2 only, or do you think this will go into PoE 1 too?
Well, the problem with PoE 1 is we don't have gold to be able to do that. I also wouldn't want to put something like this into PoE 1. I would feel like it would be a dangerous idea to put this into PoE 1 without testing it in PoE 2 first. So I think that PoE 1 does need something along these lines, and I think we need to kind of work out how that could happen. But I think it will be very hard to do that before PoE 2 goes into beta. Like, I think it would just be very difficult because you know, like, we need to be able to test this stuff and how the economy would work and so on. So it would be quite dangerous to put it into PoE 1 in advance, which isn't to say that could never happen, but it would be it would be tricky to do that. As I said,
there's just so many changes that will have to happen to PoE 1 for such a system.
There would have to be a lot of changes to be able to make that work.
Very cool. Very cool. That's all the things I can think of for trade. That's great. People are going to be very excited.
Well, I guess we're coming up to 2 hours now, so we probably want to consider wrapping it up pretty shortly.
Yeah.
But if you have any last questions you want to get in, or anything else you'd like to cover, then we can do
honestly,
let me pick a few here.
Not
I
much.
wrote way too many questions. I have another like 40, so we definitely won't get through all of them.
All right.
Let's see. I labeled some as important. Right. Global announcements and things like that is like a big feel of what makes the game feel alive for me. Is that something we continue to see in PoE 2? And will we get more options for them?
Yeah.
Like, let's say I want to see, like, anyone over level 90 die.
I would have to think about that, but I mean, sure, we'll definitely still have them. I would have to talk. I think everyone over level 90 would surely start to get a bit spammy.
Yep.
But I mean, look, we could. I'll talk about this. There's not a thing that has come up before about being able to customize those, so I'll have to.
But just global announcements will certainly be.
Yeah, they'll still be.
Yeah, awesome.
Yep.
So masteries are removed in PoE 2, right?
Correct.
Why are they removed? And are we going to see the return of things like cluster jewels?
Why did we remove?
The reason we removed them is because we felt that we would rather put the things that were special in masteries into nodes in the tree itself. And we just kind of felt like, I mean, the reason why masteries existed in the first place is to allow those niche stats to be put in the tree without having to define exactly where you went on the tree.
Yep.
But I don't necessarily know that we really love that. Like, I think I actually kind of prefer that they're just in a specific location. You have to go to where they are, and that's fine. But basically, anything that's special about masteries should be just in the tree itself.
Yeah, because the downside of what masteries did is it made the stats on the notables feel rather basic, because all they have is just a bigger number of the small node, right?
Yeah.
And you lose a lot of the flavor.
We want the notables to be. We want the notables to be the flavorful thing, and that's that thing is better. Yep.
Well,
so we just think it's better designed to not have them.
Then I only have one. The most important question, save for the end. Pineapple on pizza, yay or nay? Both of you.
Absolutely not.
And absolutely yes. I love it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
All right, there it is. Thank you so much for joining me. Really appreciate that. That was a
This man is a
boatload of
danger.
information. So yeah, thanks so much for taking time to be here.
Take him out.
No problem.
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And,
soon PoE 2
hopefully
beta.
Yep. And hopefully we get to do another one of these before too long.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. So that's it. Uh, yeah. Nice stuff, I guess. I mean, not a lot of very exciting shit. Like, it's funny that like the title is like instant buyout, hasting itemize and stuff. But then it's just like they talk about it for like 2 seconds. Like it's a minor thing, you know? And I get it, it's like PoE 2, you know. It's a different game. So the whole like TFT and all of the content creator drama and shit. It's like a PoE 1 thing. So yep. Question is, do I go back to PoE? I guess I could. What do I have to do, PoE though? Don't really have a lot I want to do. Could go for some Valorant, honestly. But I have to reboot my PC, so probably not. Don't want to do Stellaris or anything, honestly. I don't know. Let me see if there is some other like PoE stuff I could react to. Um, Wait, there is some build of the league. Build of the week I haven't watched. Oh yeah, it's been a while since I watched them. Yeah. I have like season 12 and beginning of season 14 to watch. But I don't know if it's like good react. Because it's just like build guides and shit. And like build showcase. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it for today. It's been a 1 hour something of hardcore until I die, and then 2 hour of fucking dev interview. Almost 4 hour total. With like quick breaks and stuff. I need to make. Do I need to? I kinda want to. Like make a video to detail the build and shit. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. I have a tree though that I made like while watching this. And I think it's a good tree. I'll just like share it. So you have 132 points total in the tree, and with white maps, you have something like 40 points. And honestly, with 40 points, I think that's the best tree you can get. You get like all the that big Kirak node, You get some June generation. You get the essence rush, like rushing essence, and then you grab the fucking ice contract stuff, so you can have like level 3, level 4, level 5, and you just farm ice contract, like low level ice contract, like white map ice contract, because the whoops up, shut up. The zone up. Wow. The zone for the gauntlet are per level, right? Like it's per level. So if you have a contract that's 68 to 73 that you get in white maps, or it should be 72 because 73 is yellow. It should be 72. And here I think it's 77, but whatever. Yeah. You should get like the contracts with that zone level are gonna have those mods, right? It says white map, but it really is the zone of the thing. Because the highest level zone in the campaign are like 67. It's like the reliquary in Act 10 and shit. So if you farm contracts in white maps and you like go for stash and shit, you should be able to get like a lot of fracture, a lot of XP, and it's fairly safe. Like if your build can handle like white maps, it should be able to handle like white contracts, like white maps level contracts. Because it's not a lot of mods actually. And it's not like Delve where you can have a bunch of mod stacks and you have like the darkness to manage and stuff. Here you can just go on like white contracts, like non-rare, non-magical, like basic contracts, and just farm and get like stuff from the chests, especially like the jewelry, armor, and weapon chest, which can drop like synthesis space and fractured items. And then the rare in your contracts can also drop like have the bonus drop of like when the rare like drop a bunch of fractured item. So you can farm fractured item from the rare in your contracts and the blues, I think, or just the rares. But you can like double farm like fractured items, which you need. And then for your maps, you just farm fucking essence mode and essences. And the only essence you lack is like the only essence cluster on the tree you lack is the crystal lattice, I don't know, lattice. Anyways, which is just like more like more essences per essence mob, which is not that insane. Like the two main you want is like the amplify, which gives you higher level essence, and then the one that duplicates your essence and shit. These two are really strong and really good to farm essences. So yeah, that's the early farm strategy. And then just stack some hasting, some June fucking mission. So you can like farm your your betrayal and your hastening and shit. So that's the plan for my early atlas progression, I think, which it's gonna be easy. I'm just like, I don't know. I feel like the build lacks damage, but my weapon was kinda shit, so. And I need to figure out my setups and stuff. I don't know. I still think Bone Shatter is the better, like, it's the best. It's the best melee skill right now. But I kinda wanna try, like, Volcanic Fissure. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Anyways, that was like a quick round. Oh shit, you guys don't see it. You guys don't have the fucking tree. This is the tree. My bad. So yeah, grab the essence node and go through the middle. Just grab like the June one. Maybe you could grab the Nico one to progress your delve early on instead. Because like you just have to grab the sulfite. You don't have to go delve. You know, so depends on what your later strategy is, but this one, and maybe later on, like you can skip these 2 points and get 1 more points to grab like your master mission, or you could skip these 3 points from Iced. Just go grab like more June, more Delve, more Beast or more Alva. I think Alva is the weakest. Delve is good if you need like fossils and you really have something you need to craft. But I feel like relying on something like that in like self-found gauntlet hardcore stuff, it's kinda bad. So I would not recommend it. And yeah, June is just the best. Get your betrayal and then farm your hastening and shit. Get some big items with like metacraft and shit. Once you get your first divines and stuff, that's definitely gonna be what you want. Because with Fracture and Essence, you can basically have like a mod lock. And then with Metacraft, you can like easily make, with Metacraft and Hasting, you can make like the two over mod. And then you can like benchcraft 1 mod, so that's 6 mods. Which is like what you want. And then you go probably into Harvest and maybe some Harbinger, some Beastcraft. And then it's just like managing your resources, knowing your crafts, and making the most of like your resources for like your build and shit. So yeah. Anyways, I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for like everyone following, you know, and all of that, commenting, subbing, and shit. Thank you, and see you tomorrow.